When I retell this, I'm going to speak frankly and matter of fact, because whether or not someone believes in its authenticity won't change how real it was for me. Family, friends, therapists, doctors, nobody I've ever confided in has truly heard this story and believed me. My sincerity only made the people I told more uncomfortable. I couldn't blame them. It's hard for me to say if I would have believed myself. I recognized how outlandish I was sounding. I stopped telling people. I stopped asking questions. I accepted this new life as real. The answer to my questions was that there was no question. When I was 11 years old, my brother Aiden and I were kicking the football around in our family's driveway. After a missed shot, the ball took a bounce off the corner of the garage and into the road. I wouldn't say we lived on a busy street by any means, but cars did fly up and down our road frequently. I see one of these cars cruising up 90 meters ahead. Initially, my concerns are on the ball getting popped. It wasn't the first time we'd watched one of our footballs get run over after rolling into the street. We did our best to chase it down before it bounced off the curb. The boundaries of our pursuits were outlined by our property and fiercely enforced by our parents. Both of us had received reprimands about leaving the driveway earlier that week chasing after a ball, and we would have been grounded if we did it again. When Aiden leapt off the sidewalk and followed after the ball, I couldn't believe he'd risk both of our summer freedom by disobeying the rules. I knew I'd be equally associated standing on the sidewalk, watching him dash out there like a fool. As he ran past me, my reflexes sprang my arms out for him, but my fingertips just missed his collar. Frantically, I started yelling his name. Aiden's completely unaware of the vehicle speeding his way. It was a red Ford Escort. The driver was looking down, but at the very last moment, before completely smashing into Aiden. The lady glances up and spins the steering wheel. The tires screech and Aiden turns with a jaw-dropped, shocked expression as the car comes within centimeters of hitting him. The back tires fishtail, sending the car up onto the sidewalk and heading straight towards me. It all happened too fast for me to react. When she hits me, the car goes straight over top of me. The woman crashes through our neighbor's fence into their garden. This causes our neighbors to run out and see what had happened. Parts of my body were crushed by the weight, and I can't feel my legs. Fading in and out of consciousness, one of the neighbors began CPR on me, while the other called an ambulance. The man becomes a muddled oval of dark colors as he's performing compressions over me. Then, the dark colors grew into a solid black when I felt my eyes close. When I wake up, I'm no longer in the amount of pain I was previously in. I can feel pressure from the wrap around my head. I try to move my arms and I notice that my left arm is in a cast. And aside from other minor cuts and abrasions, I was doing way better than how I thought I'd be doing after going under a car. I kicked my legs around under the white sheets. I could feel them again, and they had no injuries on them. I'm so happy at that point that I'm about to hyperventilate. I hear movement next to my bed and see a doctor standing beside me. When I opened my eyes, she happily told me, "Welcome back. Your surgery was a success. I'll let your parents know you're awake." Then she walked out of the room. There's another hospital bed across from mine, a field of vision previously blocked by the doctor. I didn't expect to see Aiden there, and I'm thoroughly confused when he's also bloodied and banged up. His face is swollen and red. His limbs are absent of any casts or splints. He's casually playing a Kirby game on his handheld. He pauses the game when he sees my puzzled stare. Aiden mimics my facial expression in a dramatic, contorted way before asking why I'm looking at him like that. Him being there bewildered me. I asked how he got hurt. Aiden rolls his eyes. He thinks I'm milking the head injury. "Stop playing. You're not that drugged up." I feel tears fall down my cheek. Aiden also sees the genuine emotion when I ask again for him to tell me what happened. With a rushed tone, he sounded annoyed having to remind me why we were laying in hospital beds. He says, "You just woke up from surgery. You now have a long piece of metal and a bucket of nails inside your forearm helping the bones fuse together. Your little narcotic nap just wore off." He again accuses me of faking my amnesia, reminding me that he had the same surgery a few years ago on his leg. He tells me that morphine doesn't wipe the brain. It was my first time waking up from an unconscious state like that, but I could still differentiate the tired fog of my pain medication from the feeling that I was missing a piece of the story, one that would let my last memory and the current setting that I was in line up in an understandable way. I was run over by a car today. Saying it out loud made me recoil, thinking about how terrifying it had all been. Aiden corrects me, saying, "You weren't run over. We were hit by that car and sent flying into the neighbor's yard." In his version of the story, Aiden didn't leave the sidewalk to retrieve the ball. Both of us stood on the sidewalk and watched the driver of the red car turn their head up and swerve. Aiden managed to push both of us backwards, and instead of the car hitting us head on, we were both hit by the left headlight and spun like rag dolls. I was out for a couple of minutes, but by the time medics arrived on scene, I was already apparently up and walking around. I was put under once more so that they could do my surgery. I couldn't believe it, even though the evidence was right in front of me. Aiden was wearing different clothing from what he had originally gone out with. Leaving the house that day, he was wearing his red Manchester United t-shirt. Now he was wearing a white YMCA shirt, one that I'd never seen before. I asked him where he got that shirt. He gives me a weird look and says, "My Y shirt? Got it from the laundry this morning." He told me he'd been wearing it all day. I look down, and my clothes are different too. They're still torn and bloodied from the accident, but what I'd put on that day was different. There were other little things that I began noticing that started leading me down the rabbit hole. Everything was the same, but there were slight changes I kept seeing. But after my brother's reaction, I didn't keep pointing out the oddities I found. When my mom walked into the hospital room, she didn't have a nose ring. When we got home, my posters were on opposite walls. Some of my clothes were different colors. Small details were different, and every time I'd point them out, I'd look crazy. For someone to believe me, they'd have to abandon their sense of reality. They didn't experience what I had. This is the only reality they knew, that they know. Nothing changed for them. Meanwhile, I kept finding alterations in life from before the accident. Over the years, it became less difficult to accept the new reality. From time to time, I'll still find a bit of information that seems wrong to me. For better or for worse, I've stopped questioning it. I believe it's healthier to just move forward, rather than losing my mind over a theory only I comprehend. When I went back to school, most of the kids were the same. Some had changed. Some of the teachers had changed, but the curriculum remained the same. None of the big historical events changed. I only had to relearn a few names. For example, the woman who refused to give up her seat on the bus to protest equal rights. Before the accident, we learned about a woman named Claudette Colvin. In this timeline, the torch was taken up by a woman named Rosa Parks. Martin Luther King Jr.'s name hadn't changed, and his movement had the same impact. But the Claudette Colvin example is one of many tiny details I've trained myself to ignore and relearn. It seemed only the small choices had the most amount of change. But every choice, big or small, leads you in a direction that will undoubtedly have more choices in need of pondering. Thinking like this, even to the smallest degree, who I was, who my brother, friends, and family all were, their lives and personalities would have had to change as well, even to the smallest degree, as a result of different choices made throughout their life. Before my family moved out to Provincetown, we lived in Boston. My dad, Cam, had just returned from the war. We visited Provincetown on vacation many times previously, but after service, Dad had a new perspective and appreciation for life. I know my mom and I were elated at the idea, and one weekend, me, my parents, and our basset hound named Bomber all hopped into our green Cadillac Coupe de Ville and drove out to Provincetown, looking for a property to purchase. Mom packed us a large picnic that we would enjoy when we got into town. There's a wildlife refuge in Painter's Pond off Highway 6. It has a beautiful park with a canopy of tree coverage to escape the sun that had been bearing down that summer day. It was a perfect place for a picnic. Dad brought his fishing pole and went down to the pond to cast a line, while my mom began to set up the picnic. I stayed back with my mom and sat in the grass under a tree, holding her Lucky Strike while she spread the blanket out and unpacked the basket on top of it. Bomber was lying next to me. I enjoyed the smell of my mom's cigarettes, and so I was holding it straight up and down, kinda close to my chest under my chin area. Every time a small gust of wind would blow by, I'd get a nice smell of that burning tobacco. As the blanket slowly filled with delicious food, the cigarette pinched between my pointer finger and thumb slowly became a tower of ash, and that smoldering tower would get blown over by an especially dramatic gust of wind falling into Bomber's back. He's asleep, but when the hot ash hits him, he leaps up with a yip-yip and bolts into the woods behind us. Mom says, "You better go catch him." So I stood up in a hurry, dropped the cigarette, and turned on my heels. I was a speedy girl back then, and Bomber's hound legs didn't get him going very fast, so I was catching up good. Then, when I was less than 10 feet from him, this white, translucent spinning ring opened in front of us. It opened about 6 feet tall. Some of the circle was in the ground, but not disturbing the ground, just passing through it. I stopped in my tracks. I'm screaming, "Bomber, Bomber, come back!" But he keeps running towards this thing. Through the hoop, on the other side, looked identical to the forest ahead of me, but the trees were darker. It looked like a different time of day than it did outside the ring. I watched Bomber pass right through while running. I'm about to start chasing after him again, but this loud, zoom, crackling noise shakes the trees around me, and the ring squeezes into the size of a pinhole, and then fully disappears into nothing again. Except Bomber's gone. I no longer see or hear his paws running through the leaves and sticks. The high-pitched clinking of his collar and tags that could usually be heard from all around were suddenly absent. I start calling his name again, but the forest is quiet. I still can't begin to explain what I saw that day, and when I ran back to tell my mom what happened, I knew she wasn't going to be able to understand what I witnessed. She thought that he was just lost, most likely within a 50-yard proximity. She told my dad, and they both took up the search for a good hour before deciding to pick it up again after lunch. Dad tried to reassure me that he would probably be back before the picnic was over. Hound dogs have a great nose. He'll smell the picnic and come hightailing it back before we're done. But Bomber never did. Eventually, we had to leave. At the welcome station, my dad put up a handwritten missing poster describing Bomber and how to get a hold of us. We all loved that dog, and the rest of the trip was a lot more somber than you'd hope for while house hunting. My mom and dad did manage to find us a beautiful house on Commercial Street that I'd grow up in. Over the years, I fell in love with that town. Out of high school, my friend Wendy and I got internships at the Chamber of Commerce. Then we ended up getting hired as a program coordinator and event planner. That's how I got the job into retirement and where I met my late husband, Nord. Our front desk woman wasn't there that day, and Nord came in wearing his ranger suit with a stack of papers he needed me to file. After a couple flips of my long brunette hair, he asked me out. Years later, Nord and I were living together, and I was 6 months pregnant with our first daughter. We were living in a house that the wildlife refuge provided to the park rangers so that they could be on site at all times. It was about dinner time, and I was just taking dinner out of the oven when suddenly the landline rings. That line is reserved specifically for the parks department. Nord rolls his eyes before he leans back in his chair to pick up the phone. When he answers, the look on his face stays unimpressed, and after the conversation, Nord is visibly irritated that he has to hold off on dinner. Whatever the conversation consisted of resulted in him needing to take immediate action, but the situation probably wasn't a dire one. And I got all that just from a look. Nord pulls up his boots and says that he'll be back. He's got to go check on something at the camping area. He says he'll be quick, so don't put everything away yet. I say all right, and he leaves. It's only been a few minutes when I hear his truck pulling back into the driveway. Nord comes in through the front door, smiling, excited to eat. We sat at the table and started dishing our plates up, and I tell him that was quick. Nord says, yeah, but the job's not done yet. He's still got to drive the guy to the shelter, but he fell asleep in the back seat, so he thought he had a minute to stop in before the food got cold. I had so many questions. This guy? What do you mean by this guy? Is there a homeless man sleeping in your truck right now? Nord laughs and says no. Campers reported a stray dog running around their campsite, begging for food. After everyone realized that nobody owned the dog, they found a way to coax it to the welcome station. I said, "Aw, that's a shame. What kind of dog?" By this point in my life, decades had passed since the loss of my dog. Multiple animals had come and gone since, but the pain all came rushing back when he told me that it was a hound dog. And I had to make that evening's dinner conversation a sad one when I told him about my childhood loss. Now, after dinner, before Nord gets ready to leave again, I ask him if I could see the dog. He says sure, and we grab some scraps to feed him before heading to the truck. When Nord opens the back door, the dog's awake and patiently sitting in the back seat. His tail wags when he smells the food, and we lay it down on the seat next to him. The interior of the truck is mostly dark, and Nord steps back a few feet to turn on his flashlight. When he does, I get chills on my arms when I see that this dog looks identical to the one I had growing up. Identical to the point it made me choke up with tears. Same size, even the same spot placement. Nord whistles a quiet whistle, and the dog's saggy face turns up, and I hear the gentlest tink-tink. The collar he's wearing has a single tag on it that reads, Bomber. I couldn't believe my eyes. I was almost more spooked than overwhelmed with feelings. I start saying, "Holy shit, Nord. This dog's name is Bomber. What are the odds of that?" We both agreed that it was weird, but we also immediately agreed that we're obviously keeping the dog. And that's how I adopted Bomber number 2. Do I think he was my Bomber? In reality, my Bomber would have been much older, if not dead, by that time. I'd lost him when I was around 7, and Bomber number 2 showed up when I was in my late 20s, and he was a young dog. My kids were almost in high school by the time Bomber 2 passed. By that time, he was an old hound dog that could barely walk, but he was always the goodest boy. Was he a time-traveling goodest boy? I guess that's a secret he took to doggy heaven. A UFO crashed in the Spokane Valley on June 24th, 2024. In the hills near Deer Lake, 2 military jets were flying close behind. They zoomed by maybe 10, 20 seconds later. I couldn't tell if they were the ones who downed the craft. All of it happened so fast. My husband Dobbs was driving us out to visit his uncle over in Clayton. Then, a silver object in the shape of a sideways teardrop appeared to burst out of a flash of light. It moved in the direction that the big end was on. At the thin, pointed end, it was swinging in a figure-8 pattern. Then we saw it fall behind a hill. We knew there was only ground past that hill. Then the jets flew by. Ignoring my wishes not to go look for the crash, Dobbs hit his blinker and changed course, and gives me the task of calling his uncle to tell him we'll be late, then to call the newspaper. By the time we got anywhere close to where it landed, big army trucks blocked the roads leading there. For our safety, I'll use the name B when I refer to our daughter-in-law. B works for a local paper in or around the Spokane Valley. She told me that multiple people called in from Ponderay to report the crash. Most of their stories were the same, and none of them ended with any more information. The big trucks surrounded that town, blocking off the roads to and from for over an hour. Then, someone in the Sand Creek area called in. They claimed to have been on Mountain Road. That call would be the closest to the actual crash site. The man called in to talk about what they'd seen. He was suspicious the local police were involved, and he wanted to get on record what he saw. When the UFO crashed in the valley below the road, the man pulled over his work truck and looked off the edge of the road to see the silver drop at rest in the long grass. It was almost immediately next that a round of pops echo off the mountains, and the area below is covered with smoke bombs that fully engulf the craft and surrounding area. A black helicopter then came from the north and dropped a humongous opaque net over the craft. For a quick moment, the man could see everything as the air from the net pushed the fog around when it landed. He told B that just before everything was covered again by the gray cloud of smoke, he saw a tall, bell-shaped creature form out of thin air in front of the soldiers that were approaching the crash site on foot. Though the man tried to drive away, law enforcement caught up with him. He was detained, and all of his belongings were confiscated. His camera, journal, even his phone were taken. After the reports started coming into the office, so did 4 men from the government. They threatened B and the rest of the staff that were there that day to dispose of the story, or they themselves would be disposed of, along with the building itself. Claiming old structures like that burn down all the time, they made it clear that they intended to visit any callers that they could identify. I don't like to be a conspiracy theory nut or anything like that, but the story's being suppressed. Who knows why? I'm not even here to say if it's for our own good or not. I guess I'm just here to say it. If you live in Washington, share this with your loved ones or anyone you see fit. People are saying the area around the crash site that is contaminated by radiation now, including the Kalispell Lake and Penn River. If these claims are true, this would devastate our ecosystem around those parts, not to mention the health complications people would develop living in the towns close by. I guess this seems as good a reason as any to cover something up, keep something quiet. This happened when I was 8 years old. Our house sat on the edge of a sprawling, overgrown field, and the backyard was my playground, a space where my imagination could run wild, and I would swear on the afternoons the quietness made me feel like I had the whole world to myself. I remember that day the air was thick and still. It was the kind of warm, lazy afternoon where even the birds seemed too tired to sing. I was sitting in the grass, running a stick through the dirt as I sketched out a game for myself. But after a while, I got bored and wanted to find my mom, hoping that she could take a look at what I'd drawn. I stood up, brushing the dirt off my hands, and I scanned the backyard for her. It didn't take long to spot her. She was by the old garden shed. hunched over a few boxes, her blue sweater catching the light of the sun as it peeked through the trees. That sweater, it was the one that she'd always worn when she was working outside. Her glasses slipped down her nose like they always did, and I could see her absently pushing them back up with the back of her hand, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Mom!" I called out, waving as I started walking towards her. "Hey, Mom, come here. I want to show you something." She didn't respond. She didn't even glance up from the boxes. I frowned and took a few more steps, raising my voice a little louder. "Mom, did you hear me?" Still, nothing. I could see her moving, still sorting through the boxes, but it was like I wasn't even there. And then a strange sense of unease began to settle over me, one that I'd never felt in the presence of my mom before. A prickling sensation, it was creeping up my arms. I waved again, more frantically this time. "Mom?" I was standing just a few feet away from her now, close enough to hear the rustle of cardboard as she shifted through the contents of the box. But it was as if I were invisible. My heart started to race. In the air, it felt weird, thick. I had this growing sensation that something was wrong. Frustrated and kind of scared, I stopped, turned on my heel, and made my way back toward the house. I didn't know what else to do. Maybe she was just distracted, I thought. Maybe she didn't hear me because she was so focused on whatever she was doing. But still, that cold feeling wouldn't leave me as I reached the back door and stepped inside. And that's when I saw her. She was standing at the kitchen sink, her back to me. She was just rinsing dishes. Her blue sweater was gone, replaced by a light t-shirt, and her hair was loosely tied up, just the way she always did when she cooked or cleaned. I stopped cold in the doorway. My hand was still on the doorknob, but my mind was struggling to catch up with what I was seeing. She was inside? How? I'd just seen her out by the shed not more than a minute ago. I hadn't taken my eyes off of her until I walked back in toward the house. There was no way that she could have gotten inside before me. No way that she could have changed clothes that fast. I had chills now, and I felt my throat tighten as I slowly walked into the kitchen. My footsteps were hesitant. "Mom?" I asked. She turned, drying her hands on a dish towel, smiling at me like nothing in the world was out of place. "What's up, sweetie?" I stared at her, trying to find the words, but my mind was just racing. "Weren't you just outside by the shed?" She blinked, her smile fading as she looked at me, puzzled. "No, I've been in here for the past hour, cleaning the kitchen. Why? What's wrong?" "But I just saw you," I said. My voice was quieting down. "You were out there, going through the boxes by the shed. I waved at you. I called out." She looked at me carefully. She took a step closer, crouching down slightly so that she would be at my eye level. "Honey, I've been inside this whole time. Are you sure you saw me?" I was really trying to make sense of it, trying to replay the scene in my head. I could still see her standing there in the yard, pushing her glasses up, her blue sweater clear in my mind. I knew what I'd seen. I wasn't making it up, but now, standing here, looking at her in the kitchen, it felt impossible. I looked toward the back door, half expecting to see someone else standing by the shed, but when I peered out the window, the yard was empty. The shed was just as it always was, worn down, quiet, the boxes still stacked neatly beside it. The image of her outside, it was so vivid, so undeniably real, that for a long moment, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was terribly wrong. It was like I had seen something that I wasn't supposed to see. And I answered her, "I'm sure." I guess I whispered it more to myself than to her, but she reached out and gently touched my arm. Maybe you were daydreaming, sweetheart. It happens. You know, sometimes our imaginations just run wild. I nodded slowly, but I wasn't convinced. I knew what I had seen, and it was nothing like my imagination. It was too clear to have been a daydream. The memory of her outside was still sharp in my mind. Even the way the light had hit her hair, the sound of the boxes rustling. I didn't argue, though. What was there to say? As the days passed, I tried to forget about it, tried to convince myself that maybe it was my imagination. Maybe my imagination was getting stronger. But every once in a while, I'd catch a glimpse of the shed from the corner of my eye, and that same unease would creep back in. I never saw her in two places at once again, but to this day I still wonder, what did I see that afternoon? And how many times had I trusted my eyes, not realizing that maybe, just maybe, they were showing me something that wasn't really there. When I was 12, my dad took to long evening walks. It became a routine of his, and every night, like clockwork, he'd grab his old brown jacket, the one that smelled faintly of engine oil, and he would step out the door. He'd always come back about an hour later, cheerful and a little winded, talking about the stars or how peaceful the neighborhood was at that hour. One evening, just after dinner, I heard the familiar creak of the front door. I didn't think much of it at first. Dad always left without making much of a fuss. But something strange happened a few minutes later. I looked out the window to catch a glimpse of him starting his walk, but he wasn't in his usual spot, heading down the driveway toward the road. Instead, he was standing perfectly still at the far end of our yard, staring back at the house. This was instantly unsettling. The thing is, my dad never lingered like that. He was always in motion, always eager to set off on his walk or anything he was doing. But there he was, his back to the trees, his face barely visible in the night, just watching. My heart gave a little flutter of unease. I was hoping everything was okay. There was something about the way that he stood. It didn't sit right with me. His posture was stiff, almost unnatural, like someone trying to mimic the way a person stands. "Dad?" I called from the window. My voice felt weak, though I wasn't sure why. He didn't answer, didn't even flinch. He just kept standing there, watching. I felt my chest tighten. He must not have heard me, I thought. I opened the front door and stepped out onto the porch, calling again, louder this time. "Dad, what are you doing?" This time, he moved, but it wasn't the kind of movement I expected. He didn't turn towards me. Instead, he started walking backwards, keeping his eyes locked on the house, his body stiff and jerky, like someone had forgotten how to move properly. It was as if he was being pulled back, step by slow, deliberate step, all towards the woods behind our yard. My stomach was sort of hurting. I think it was an instinctive fear that I just couldn't explain. "Dad, stop messing around," I shouted, but my voice was broken halfway through. He didn't stop. He didn't even blink. I watched, frozen in place, as he disappeared into the tree line. My mind was racing, trying to make sense of what I had just seen. This wasn't normal. Something was deeply wrong. I couldn't shake that eerie feeling that whoever or whatever that was, it wasn't my dad. I ran back into the house, calling for my mom. She was in the living room, flipping through the TV channels, completely oblivious to whatever I was freaking out about. "Mom," I shouted, louder than I intended. "Something's wrong with Dad." She looked up at me, startled. "What are you talking about? He's upstairs in the shower." I stopped in my tracks. What? She gave me a confused look. He got back from his walk early today. Said he felt tired, so he's been upstairs for the last 15 minutes. I didn't wait for her to finish. My legs felt like jelly as I rushed up the stairs, 2 at a time, and I skidded to a halt at the bathroom door. I knocked frantically. Dad, are you in there? There was a pause before I heard his voice, muffled through the door. Yeah, bud, just finishing up. What's wrong? My heart sank into my stomach, or something was going on inside of me. I could hear the water running, the sound of him humming some old tune that he liked. It was him. It had to be him. But then, what did I just see in the yard? I backed away from the door, and I felt a wave of nausea wash over me as the realization hit. I had seen something outside, something that looked exactly like my dad, something that had tried to mimic him in every way, except it just couldn't quite do it. As I thought back, I realized I'd never really seen its eyes. It'd been too far away, the light too dim, but the way it moved, the way it stood, it was all wrong. I slowly made my way back downstairs, trying to keep my breathing steady, trying to make sense of what had just happened. My mom looked up from the TV again. Concern was on her face. Did you talk to him? What's going on? I swallowed hard. I must have been mistaken. I lied. But I couldn't shake the image from my mind. The thing standing by the tree, the way it backed away, never looking away from the house. And now, the woods seemed darker than they ever had before. For days after, I couldn't stop watching the yard from the windows, half expecting to see that figure again. Dad kept going on his evening walks, oblivious to what I had seen, but I couldn't bring myself to ask him about it. I couldn't even mention it to my mom. Something about that night felt too unreal, too unsettling to even talk about. Weeks went by, and I almost managed to convince myself that maybe it had just been in my head, just a trick of the fading light. But then, one evening, as the sun set behind the trees, I heard it again, the front door creaking open. I rushed to the window. There, at the edge of the yard, stood my dad. Only this time he wasn't moving at all. He was just staring again, his face obscured by shadows, but the body impossibly still. I felt the same chill creep up my spine, my skin crawling with dread. I took a deep breath and turned away from the window, stepping out of the living room and slowly, hesitantly, making my way upstairs. I could hear my dad's muffled humming as I approached their room, and there he was, upstairs. I didn't look back out the window. I couldn't. And that was the last time I saw it. So this is sort of a strange story, but since I can't stop thinking about it, I thought I'd share it with you. I've heard of doppelgangers, mainly the forms of fiction or an innocent joke. Though in my 43 years on this earth, I've never had someone tell me that I so much as look like someone or resemble someone. I've been living in this neighborhood for almost 15 years, and as a result, I know just about everyone in town, and likewise, they know me. However, the last 2 weeks have been strange, in that several people, whom I don't know, have mentioned knowing my doppelganger. The first instance, I was standing on a busy downtown street corner, waiting for the light to change as I headed to a doctor's appointment. A woman approached me and asked if I had decided where we were going to have lunch. I looked at her and said, "I don't know who you are. Why would I be going to lunch with you?" She told me to stop joking around, that we would have to find somewhere to have lunch quickly, as she had to get back to work. She would not believe me when I said I didn't know her, so I pulled out a couple pieces of identification and I showed her I was not who she thought I was. She was shocked. Apparently, I was her brother. Exact same looks, clothes, and mannerisms. She also said her brother was a joker and that this was the type of stunt that he would pull on her for a laugh. She looked at me suspiciously, even though I had proven my case. She asked if I could stay with her until her brother arrived. I really wanted to, but I had to go to a doctor's appointment, and if I hadn't gotten moving then, I'd be late. In retrospect, I wish I would have stayed to meet the guy. Maybe less than a week after that appointment, I was approached by yet another woman I didn't know. This time I was standing at the bar of a place that I'd only been to a couple of times. I had my beer, and the plan was to watch the rest of the T-Birds game before heading home. And that's when this woman approaches the bar. She didn't ask me anything at first, but I could tell she was looking at me. And then she just casually said, "Hey." I greeted her, but I could tell she thought she knew me. After standing for a moment, she says, "I can't believe you're not going to say anything about last night." She was angry or frustrated. I looked at her confused and asked her, "Is it possible you're mistaking me for someone else?" She scoffed, told me to stop fucking around. I went to grab my ID from my wallet, fully prepared to prove my case yet again, but before I could, she grabbed my beer and splashed it in my face. What the hell? By the time I could see again, she was gone. The bartender was looking at me like, "Damn, what did you do, dude?" I asked the guy, "Who was that woman?" He laughs. Apparently, he thought I was kidding. So, another case of severely mistaken identity. Leaving the bar that night, I was honestly a little on edge. It was fine when I was innocently mistaken as someone's brother, but now this doppelganger is really pissing people off, and I'm somehow getting the brunt of it all. That was the last experience I had that jolted me, but evidently, this man, my look-alike, lives in the town I work in. I noticed as many people have started to greet me as him, so I know that his name is Dean. "Hey, Dean." What the hell does one say to that? I've gotten to the point where I just ignore them, which maybe that's not a good look for Dean, but as far as I'm concerned, this was my face first, my town. Like, where did this guy come from? Why do I feel like somehow I'm being erased? To this day, I've never met him. And honestly, I don't really know if I want to. Hi, my name is Nancy, and I think we have something evil in our home. In total, there's 6 of us living here. Myself, my husband, his ailing mother, and our 3 children, ages 15, 10, and 7. The first incident happened almost a month ago when I came home from work. Now that we're caring for my mother-in-law, Linda, I leave my office at noon and work from home for the rest of the day, but a nurse stays with her from 8 to 12 while I'm away. As usual, I came in through the kitchen and headed upstairs to change clothes. Linda's nurse was coming down as I was going up, and she said, "I'm sorry, Nancy, what was it you needed?" I was completely lost. I hadn't spoken a word since arriving home. The confusion must have shown on my face because she proceeded to clarify, "When you called for me just now." But I still didn't know what she was referring to, and that made her confused. So she further clarified. I couldn't step away until I finished Linda's IV, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. Judy is such a nice woman, and we've always gotten along very well. But in that moment, I realized she was a little wary, as if she expected me to bite her head off. I asked if everything was okay, and she said, "Yes, ma'am. You just seemed a little upset when you called. I was worried that something bad had happened." After explaining I never called for her, she became very confused and asked me to follow her back to Linda's room, where my mother-in-law was much less polite about it. She said I should be ashamed of myself for taking that tone with Judy. I had to pull up the security footage to prove I had done no such thing. When I showed them the recording, they both paled and fell silent. I tried to pull up the footage of whatever they heard, but the cameras only pick up Judy and Linda's voices. They swore that I called for Judy 3 times in progressively harsher tones, and their reactions on the video clearly show that they were disrupted by something. I told my husband, Kevin, we're both believers, but we didn't tell the kids yet. We've never experienced a ghost that could imitate voices, which made us worry that it might be a demon or something malicious, and we didn't want to frighten them. In hindsight, that was a mistake, but this wasn't a topic they covered in our parenting books. That weekend was one of the rare occasions that all 3 kids were staying with friends. Saturday evening, I was cooking dinner while Kevin watched TV. Once finished, I fixed 3 plates and called for Kevin to take one to his mother while I poured the wine. But when he came into the kitchen, he was white as a ghost. He asked how I got back into the kitchen, and I explained that I never left. Then he turned even whiter and said that he had just watched me come downstairs and go into the bathroom. He had asked if dinner was ready, but I ignored him without so much as a glance in his direction. We immediately knew that it was that thing again, only now we were even more frightened. A voice was one thing, but this was a full apparition. Kevin ran to the bathroom. The door was still shut and the light was on inside, but when he pulled the door open, it was empty. Skip to the following Wednesday, and that night, we woke to our youngest crying for her father. This was strange unto itself because she hasn't done that for a couple of years now, and even when she did, it was always me that she called for. When Kevin came back from checking on her, he was clearly shaken. He walked in just as she was almost to the door, and upon asking where she was going, she said, "I have to go with Mommy, but I don't want to. She's being mean." Then our daughter further explained that she had woken up to me standing in her doorway, but my smile was too wide, and it scared her. She asked what I was doing, and I told her to come with me. But when she didn't want to get out of bed, my scary smile became a terrifying scowl. That's when she called for Kevin. What would have happened if she'd gone with this thing? What is it? We told all of the kids everything that had happened the next morning. My oldest thinks that we've lost our minds, but that's fine with us. I trust him to recognize a dangerous situation if he experiences it. The other 2, not so much. We made sure that they knew not to go near me if I seemed off in any way. It breaks my heart to see them so frightened, but what else could we do? This next incident happened yesterday, and it's what prompted me to make this post. Linda and I were home alone, just after her nurse had left, and I was making our lunch. On my way upstairs, she began frantically screaming my name, and I ran the rest of the way. When I made it to her room, she was pointing at the bathroom door with a shaking hand. Her medication makes her very sleepy, and she had started to doze off, but then she felt someone sit on the bed and thought I had returned with lunch. She opened her eyes to see me at the foot of her bed, but this time, my eyes were wrong. They were too big, and the irises were too small. She told the apparition to get out, but it only smiled at her, and Linda saw its teeth were also wrong, long and pointed. That's when she heard me on the stairs and began shouting my name. The apparition then stood up, still smiling, and calmly entered the connected bathroom. My heart was hammering as I approached the door, but no one was inside. I really don't know what to do. We don't feel safe in our own home. If this was a normal haunting, we would already be looking for a new house, but I feel like that wouldn't help in this case. We tried burning sage the next time the kids were out, but it didn't make a bit of a difference. We're officially willing to try anything. Please help. "30 years ago, just after my 21st birthday, I purchased a set of wine glasses. I bought them because they weren't like standard wine glasses. They were a smoky gray color and had a very short stem on them. The gray color got darker as it went down the glass, and it was almost black at the base. They were a nice thick glass with a bit of weight to them. Since my 21st birthday, I've lived in many places, and as so often happens in a move, things get lost or broken. By the time I moved to where I currently live, about 15 years ago, I was down to just one of those wine glasses. I was always very careful with it because I hadn't seen any others like it in all these years. After my daughter turned 21, she decided that wine was her drink of choice, and we often jokingly argued about who got to use the cool wine glass and who got to use the regular one. This went on for a couple of years, until one day we'd stopped at a dollar store to grab a few things, and I noticed on the shelf there were wine glasses that looked like the smoky wine glasses I bought 30 years ago, and they were only $1 each. There were only 3 of them, so I bought them all. Although I wasn't entirely sure they were an exact match, but if they were, I'd have a set of 4 again. We were about an hour away from home and weirdly excited about our find. We couldn't wait to see if they were the same, and they were a perfect match. We washed them up, and that night, we both had wine out of the cool wine glasses and gave them a little clink as we enjoyed our wine and our find. About a month later, we decided to have a glass of wine, and as my daughter was getting the glasses out of the cupboard, she dropped one, and it shattered on the floor. We both looked at each other and laughed, grateful that we'd bought 3 instead of just 1, so we didn't have to go back to arguing over who would use the cool wine glass. Not long after that, my daughter moved out into her own apartment. Busy with life, we didn't see each other much, so I decided that when she came home to visit, I would surprise her with a cool wine cabinet, and I'd have it stocked with loads of different wine that we could try together. After it was finished, I was putting the wine in there, and there was enough space to put the wine glasses in the front. I was thinking they would look nice in the lighting that I had installed. I went to get the glasses out of the cupboard, and there were 4 of them. I couldn't believe it. I began wondering if maybe I had dreamed that she broke the glass, and I decided I must have. Nothing else would make sense. I didn't call and ask her because I wanted the cabinet to be a surprise. She knows I don't drink alone and would be wondering what I was doing, digging out the wine glasses as they're in the back of the cupboard. Not long after that, she came over and was impressed with my little project. And we decided that we needed to get busy trying out all of the new wines I'd put in the cabinet. She opened the cabinet, and seeing the 4 smoky gray glasses, she turned and looked at me with a weird look on her face and said, "How are there 4 of them? I broke one." I told her I thought she had, but I'd convinced myself I dreamt it because there was no other explanation. She said, "Nope, I definitely broke one. It shattered everywhere." We were both confused and a little creeped out, but it didn't stop us from enjoying our wine. There are still 4 glasses. I think my cousin and I fell into an unused dimension a few years ago. When I was 26, I had a small apartment in Lancaster, Pennsylvania, and my cousin lived nearby. My complex was located in the middle of a densely forested area with a freeway running through the center, and we worked at the Wendy's located on the connecting highway. This meant we could walk to work, and yes, we walked on the freeway. It was scary yet necessary, but that's not the point. This story took place over the span of 3 days, and the shift itself only lasted 3 seconds, but when it ended, it was 40 minutes later. My cousin and I usually worked the night shift together. That would put us heading home around 3:30 a.m. One night, we were talking to pass the time as we walked down the freeway, and we noticed a single bright headlight coming towards us. But there was something strange about it. It was too bright. Still, I chalked it up to a motorcycle with some kind of new LED light and thought no more of it. And yet, looking back, I now realize we didn't hear any of the sounds you expect to hear from a motorcycle. Anyway, we continued walking and talking as we moved to the opposite side of the road. It was completely dark out there, so we wanted to leave plenty of space for the passing motorist. There was nothing around except for the road and the forest on either side of us. You couldn't see anything beyond the first row of trees. No streetlights, nothing. Even with our phone flashlights, we couldn't see more than 5 feet ahead. But we didn't really need the lights anymore. It was a road we'd walked almost every night. We knew it well enough. We continued on our way, but after a few moments, I realized the motorcycle still hadn't passed us. We were still facing the light. It didn't disappear, it just hadn't passed us. The freeway was a concrete road, with one small bridge essentially acting as a border to our apartment complex, with us on one side and the forest on the other. Under the bridge was a creek. It ran around the complex and through the forested areas. The mystery light disappeared the moment it reached that bridge. I asked my cousin if he saw it too. Then I made him describe it to me, just as extra reassurance I wasn't losing my mind. Unfortunately, there was nothing to do but shrug it off and move on. The next night, again around 3:30, we were walking home. We saw a single bright light speeding down the road, even faster than before. We stopped and watched it to see what would happen, and this time, it didn't disappear. It kept going. But once it reached the other side of the bridge, it made an impossibly sharp left turn without slowing and seemingly drove into the forest. My cousin and I looked at each other in total confusion, unable to explain what we had just witnessed. It's impossible for anything to safely maneuver through the trees at that speed, even a motorcycle. We continued watching the light travel through the forest until it suddenly disappeared, about 200 feet in. We resumed our walk with a weird energy. I think what we saw made us both feel a little uncomfortable. We exchanged small talk as always, but we were paranoid and constantly checking our surroundings. Now, the next night's walk home is when things got crazy. We were about a quarter of the way down the road and discussing our experiences over the previous nights. Only this time, we didn't see a weird light. I was standing about 1.5 feet behind my cousin as we talked, and I pulled out my phone to see that it was 3:37. Then, suddenly, in mid-conversation, the whole world seemed to disappear. There was no warning. There was no shift effect or dragging sensation. The world was simply there 1 second, and the next, it wasn't. It reminded me of when a game clip fails to load properly. I stopped moving, walking, and talking. Instead, I just looked around, trying to figure out what the hell was happening. Somehow, I was standing in what looked to be some kind of unused dimension. There were no road, trees, sky, or floor. There wasn't even darkness. Everything was just white. There were no shadows or shade. It felt like I was standing on a piece of printing paper. Or if you're familiar with Dragon Ball Z, it looked like the first time Goku entered the hyperbolic time chamber. I couldn't even see my cousin anymore. I was scared and didn't know what to do. So I stopped mid-stride, and my foot suspended in the air. I looked around for about 3 seconds, and just as unexpectedly as everything had disappeared, it returned in the same way. My cousin was suddenly 5 feet ahead of me now, but I assumed that happened because I had stopped walking and he didn't. I've read a few paranormal books that discuss wormholes, and small movements could sometimes land people miles away from where they started. Clearly, this wasn't the case for us, but I'm glad I didn't take any chances. Again, I made him tell me his story first in order to confirm we really had the same experience. And when I checked my phone, it was somehow 4:20. It felt like 3:37 had been only seconds before, yet somehow almost 45 minutes had passed. I tried to tell my cousin, but he hadn't seen the time before and didn't believe me. After arguing about the time change for a while, we realized we were no longer where we were when the dimension slip started. Instead of being 25 minutes away from my house, we had actually passed it. We only missed it by 200 feet or so, but it was still crazy. We know that's not where we were. My cousin and I still hang out occasionally, and to this day, we still talk about that night every time we see each other. Has anyone else ever experienced anything like this? Please let me know if you have. I've never met anyone else who has had this happen to them. I'm 23 and I've lived in Montreal for the last 2 years. Overall, I love it here and will likely stay after graduation even. However, I wanted to share a creepy story, something I got myself into last year. I was really curious about the dark web. I wanted to know what it was all about. I'd seen my friends search it before, but I was curious. So, I went on YouTube to find a tutorial on how to access the dark web using an Android. I was pretty excited, genuinely curious, even though I didn't really know what I was getting myself into at all. I tried to prepare myself by covering my phone camera with tape, something I saw online. I went to my room, locked the door, and then I opened the 4chan page that I'd found with several dark web links. And at first, everything seemed fine. I started exploring some normal chat sites, just observing without actually chatting myself. As I gained a little confidence as to how these sites worked, I decided to open this creepy, anonymous confession site. Let me tell you, my faith in humanity, whatever it remained, it completely vanished after reading some of those confessions. People were confessing to killing their own family members, their neighbors. Some even admitted to failed attempts at murder and expressed their regret. People encouraged these individuals to, quote, keep going, and to, quote, never give up. I mean, murderers helping murderers, really. Pages of disturbing comments about enjoying the suffering of others, in graphic descriptions that I won't repeat here, but can never unsee. There were more mentally disturbed individuals commenting on how stupid people are just for loving someone and not doing bad things to them. Of course, there's no way to tell if any of this is real, but there's only so much one can fake. These people, whether guilty of their crimes or not, were sick, spending hours writing these manifestos of disturbing thoughts and behaviors. I wanted to move on from this, but at the same time, I wanted to know more, so this is on me. I went ahead and opened some cryptic community chat links, ones titled things like serious inquiries only or things that had acronyms I didn't understand. Most of these took me to things that looked like online marketplaces for drugs, guns, or other illegal weapons, some bootleg designer products, etc. There were tons of people buying and selling, trading crypto. I had no intention of making any purchases or anything like that, so honestly, it was getting boring. I clicked out immediately, and suddenly something popped up on my phone. Another website. Already feeling sickened. It only got worse when this new site opened to what appeared to be a site selling things made out of human skin and organs. The prices were outrageous, and it made me want to vomit. So I decided to stop and close out of everything. I deleted the browsing app, tried to forget about what I'd seen by listening to my playlist to fall asleep, but sleep eluded me for almost 2 straight days. Everything felt horrible and ugly. It was a terrifying experience that, honestly, I wish I could take back. About a week after, things started to go back to normal, and then I was using WhatsApp to text my friends. I received a notification. It was a message from an unknown international number. I felt a little tense. I didn't have any friends from abroad, so I suspected it might be a scam. I ignored the message, but the next day, I received another text from the same number. It said, "You can't ignore me. I'm still here. Always here. You can't run away." At this point, I was convinced that things had gotten a little out of hand and that it was probably my visit to the dark web. I started to believe that I was possibly in danger. Without wasting any time, I blocked the number and confided in my close friends about what had happened. One of my friends told me that the same thing had happened to his cousin after he surfed the dark web. He blocked the numbers, but soon started receiving creepy and threatening calls. He literally had to change his number to get his life back to normal. So there I was, basically scared to death and feeling like such an idiot for even being curious. I didn't know whether to tell my mom or dad about what had happened. I thought it was best to try to handle it on my own. But the next day, I received another text from a different unknown international number on WhatsApp. This time the person was threatening me, using my real name and even the things that I'd been searching for on my phone's browser. They knew my school. They knew details I'll never feel comfortable with. This time, I blocked the number and reported it as spam. I deleted WhatsApp entirely and deactivated all of my social media accounts. Then, I showed the first text to my dad. He has a friend who works for the company that provides my SIM card. After my dad saw the weird text, he gave the number to his friend to see if he could figure anything out. A few weeks after, I finally decided to get back online. I received another text message from an unknown number. Again, they were threatening me, increasing the amount of money that they wanted before they destroyed my life. I didn't know what they had planned, but I wasn't giving in. I did the blocking, and I had another mental breakdown with my parents over the phone. Luckily, my dad's friend was able to help me get a new number, a new phone, and since then, nothing has happened. I made a promise to myself and to my family that I would never go back to the dark web or get involved in shady activities. Even if someone offers me money to surf the dark web, I won't do it. My life is too important to risk that kind of horror. Some people may think this story is fake, but I assure you, it's 100% true. But I don't encourage you to try it yourself. I have no reason to lie about such a creepy, random thing. I don't really care if anyone believes me. I'm just sharing my experience, and hopefully it helps. That's it. Thanks for reading. This happened when I started living alone, not long after I had just moved in. I think it must have been the first week. I found out that my new apartment was in the path of an oncoming typhoon. That night, I'd gotten off to sleep all right, but I woke up in the middle of the night to hear the sound of the wind and rain lashing my windows. It was so loud, I just couldn't get back to sleep. I was lying there in bed, thinking about nothing in particular, when I heard something. It was coming from the front door. It was the doorbell. Who the hell would be ringing the doorbell of my new apartment? I asked myself. I crept downstairs and took a look through the peephole. There was a person out there. I was freaked out, but I asked, "Who is it?" Even I heard the fear in my voice. It was my friend, literally my best friend. He was one of the only ones who knew my address. "Why didn't you just tell me you were coming, man? It's the middle of the night," I said through the door. I tried to get a look at him, but it was dark and he had his hat pulled down. That didn't matter since we were friends. I mean, it was a little weird, but I've known him for years. "Hey, you did really well to get here in this storm, dude." I called out and started to unlock the door. That was the moment that something dawned on me. Best friend or not, why was he out here? Barely talking, not responding. And how did he make it here? I could still hear the ferocity of the typhoon against the door. Another odd thing, he didn't have a driver's license. Even if he somehow caught a bus, he would have had to walk for a long while. I didn't know the area all that well, but it seemed a bit too late for buses. Besides, who turns up in the middle of the night during a storm, unannounced? These were all red flags, and I didn't like it. What the hell was this? I brought my eye closer to the peephole. "Hey, bud, how'd you get here?" I asked cautiously. We fell into an awkward silence while the typhoon raged on. I brought my eye closer to the peephole. I wanted to get a closer look at him. His skin was disturbingly pale. It reminded me of a waxwork skin. His eyes flitted back and forth as if they were remote-controlled. That wasn't my friend. I wasn't even sure if that was a human. It was pretending, whatever it was. I didn't let on that I was scared, but I was petrified. I watched that thing out there, which looked like my best friend, standing there, smiling insanely, occasionally twitching at the corners of its lips. I had to get away from the door once I saw that. I went into another room and tried my best to compose myself. I tried to think about what to do next. All the while, that friend thing repeated the same line it delivered earlier, as if it was all he knew, like an actor practicing lines. I called my friend, the one it was impersonating. He said that he wasn't at my house. I knew it wasn't him, but I had to be 100% sure. That thing was rather convincing. I went upstairs and back to bed, but sleep wouldn't come. I didn't know how long that thing stayed outside my door, but I heard it occasionally repeating its line. After a sleepless night, the sun rose and the typhoon subsided. It took a long while for me to get the confidence to approach the peephole, but when I did, I found that it was gone. Hey everyone, I'm not sure if this counts as a let's not meet, but I have a good cautionary tale that will raise some hairs. I'm a 20-year-old female, but this happened 2 years ago when I was still in high school as a senior. I always knew the dark web existed. I just didn't have any particular interest in it until my friend used it at her cousin's house. Came back with a bunch of wild stories. Well, some of them were just a little too crazy, so I decided to check it out for myself. I had a little trouble downloading Tor, but it's almost scary how easy everything was after that. There's quite literally nothing off limits. If you can imagine it, someone's uploading videos of it. If a terrible accident is caught on film, it gets uploaded to YouTube, TikTok, Reddit, everywhere. But the clips are cut or blurred to avoid showing anything really gruesome. Not on the dark web. They don't have trigger warnings or content advisories. Whether or not you see someone's head being removed is based solely on you. The safety nets are gone. I don't want to say the actual website, partly because of what happened when I spoke to police, and partly to prevent anyone else from enduring what I went through. But imagine if YouTube didn't have any restrictions. People post whatever they want, and nobody can regulate their content. Let me tell you, there's some sick shit out there. At first, I clicked some pretty off-the-wall titles, assuming that they had to be clickbait, like burn down my ex-boss's house, fuck you, Debbie. But no, they're real. That one showed a man literally breaking into a home and burning it down. He piled obstacles in the hallway so that it would be harder for the woman to escape. Then, he poured gasoline all around the front door, leading back through the house and out the rear door. The whole time, there's a voiceover describing how the woman had fired him on his birthday, so he waited for her birthday to fire her, and about how the company will never be able to replace him. You know, the typical narcissistic rant. So, if it wasn't clickbait, it had to be staged, right? Nope. I Googled the woman's name, and I read all about how the ex-employee had burned her house down. Thank God she survived. And the man, he was caught the next day. No way I could stand watching any of the assault videos, but they were by far the most common. It was so bad that I tried reporting it to the police, but they already knew about the site, which is painfully obvious now. If an 18-year-old found it in 5 minutes, no shit the actual authorities knew about it. I was just so shocked. That experience satisfied all of my curiosity about the dark web and more. I was perfectly happy to delete Tor and never think about it again. But later that night, a Skype message appeared while I was doing my homework. "Why did you call the police?" My heart stopped. I'd been way too embarrassed to tell anyone about the call. I blocked the account. But another one popped up immediately after, and it said my mom's phone number followed by, "Should I talk to her instead?" I asked who they were, what they wanted, to which they said, "To make my customers happy." After a short pause, they added, "How can I do that if you're trying to involve the police?" Even now, I'm not sure which site or video belonged to that guy. I tried to tell him that I already deleted the browser, but he didn't believe me. He knew I deleted the desktop icon and not the program. Yes, I'm an idiot who didn't understand the difference, but that's not the point. The point is he knew. It turns out the guy knew a lot more because he had access to my computer. Once I realized the webcam was on, I panicked and held down the power button until it shut off. Afterwards, I talked to Hannah's cousin and learned that the website I used to view the videos was less like YouTube and more like LimeWire. I wasn't streaming. I was downloading those videos, along with God knows what else, and it let someone into my computer. Now, while that does suck really bad, there was a bright side. All I had to do was keep the computer off until I could afford to have it fixed, right? A few days later, the asshole texted me a picture of myself getting dressed right after a shower. It was taken with my webcam and captioned, "Miss you." I cried for a long time over that one. I still can't stand to think about all the places those videos must exist. How many screen grabs have been created from the footage? I've tortured myself trying to remember what all I may have done in front of that camera, but there's no point in obsessing over what can't be changed. I blocked the number and all of those ones that came after it. Each one was a bit more threatening than the last. Finally, he insinuated that he would send the pictures to my boss if I didn't answer, so I replied. The exchange was almost the same as the first one, only now he wanted access to my phone to keep an eye on me. I said he could send my pictures to the Pope, but he wasn't getting into my phone. Over the next couple of days, I received strange friend requests on all my social media accounts, and double the amount of phishing scams. But I didn't click on shit. Everyone said it was probably some horny virgin in his mother's basement, that he would get bored and move on to some other poor girl if I just ignored him. So I kept blocking every number until there was no more texts. The very next day, an old car followed me from school all the way to my apartment complex. I should have driven away sooner, but I made a loop and drove back onto the highway. Instead of following me out, the car parked right in front of my building. Unsure what to do, I drove down to a gas station and back again to find that it was gone. Convinced I was being paranoid, I parked and went inside. What were the odds I ran into someone who lived close enough to physically screw with me? It's not like I live in a major city. That night I got dressed for bed around 11, and the second I turned off the light, I got another text message. This time it was a picture of me walking inside earlier. That changed everything. This guy wasn't someone on the other side of the world. I wasn't imagining being followed. This was an actual true crime podcast in the making, and I did not want to play. I went to the police again, and they made an official report with the list of numbers I'd blocked, screenshots of the messages I still had. But there's nothing that they could do yet. Basically, something terrible had to happen before they could really get involved. But that brings me to the final encounter. I was on my way home from work. It was only 8 o'clock, so not exactly late. There's a long stretch of road that's pretty secluded, and people usually like to speed. It's a completely straight 2-lane, so it's really easy to pass if someone's going slow. But I was doing 60 when a pair of headlights came zooming up behind me. I actually braced myself because I thought they were going to rear-end me, but they slammed on their brakes at the last second. Once there was a little space between our cars, they sped up and slammed on the brakes again. I knew it had to be that guy. I wanted to call 911, but I was afraid to look away from the road for even a second. My vision was blurred with tears, but I couldn't pry either of my hands from the wheel. Halfway down the road, the car got behind me and accelerated once more. Only this time, it didn't stop. It smashed into my bumper and almost sent me into the guardrail. It was more luck than anything that I regained control before a collision. I was screaming bloody murder as the car slowed down. I knew that he was getting ready to hit me again, but I didn't know how to avoid the impact. When it came, it was even harder than the first one, and my car was sent spinning. When the world was still again, my vision was filled with blue flashing lights, and the guy's taillights were just visible as they rounded the corner at the end of the road. An officer came to my window while his partner spoke into her radio, but they didn't find the guy. I haven't heard from him since that night, but if those cops hadn't been trying to catch speeders, I don't think that I would have survived that encounter. Don't forget, all of that happened because I decided to fuck around on the dark web. Once. It's like the meth of the internet world. I'm 23 and in college. I live in a small college town in a 2-bedroom apartment by myself. This was about 2 weeks ago. I was taking the trash out to my dumpster at the complex, which wasn't too far. I didn't lock the door, and I know for sure I didn't because I have a camera. I was carrying heavy furniture, so I know I wouldn't have been able to lock it. When I returned from the trash, I heard myself complaining on the other side of the door. When I realized it was my voice, I froze in fear for about 10 seconds, then tried to open my door. The door was locked, and the voice was gone as soon as I put my hand to the door. I say I was complaining because that's the best way I can refer to the way I was speaking. Whatever that was upset and loud. I've thought about what this could have been over and over again. I checked my camera, which picks up my every movement and usually picks up sound, but nothing was there. My friend said that maybe it could have been some sort of skinwalker, or some sort of glitch in the matrix of myself where she wasn't supposed to be. All the weirdness started subtly enough that we were able to brush it off at first, like an echo of something we didn't quite catch or a trick of the mind. The time that I heard it, I was home alone, lying on the couch, scrolling through my phone. It was quiet in the house. My parents were out for dinner, and the ticking of the clock in the kitchen was the only sound filling the space as I silently scrolled on my phone. I didn't even think twice about it when I heard my mom's voice from upstairs. "Claire, did you finish your homework yet?" I groaned, rolling my eyes. Typical. Even when she's not home, she's nagging me about school. "Yeah, Mom," I shouted back, not thinking twice about it again. The house went quiet. It wasn't until a few minutes later, as I went back to scrolling, that something clicked in my mind, and then my stomach dropped. I sat up quickly, heart pounding in my chest. My parents weren't home. I'd watched them pull out of the driveway 2 hours ago. I stared at the ceiling. I knew deep down there was no way that she could have been here. I slowly stood up, glancing at the front door, double-checking that it was locked. and then I hesitantly climbed the stairs, each step creaking under my weight, and with every creak, I felt more and more certain I wasn't going to like what I found, but I kept going. I reached the top of the stairs and listened. Nothing. My bedroom door was ajar and the hallway was still. It was dimly lit from the outside. I peeked into my room, expecting, well, I wasn't sure what I was expecting, but it was empty, just as I'd left it. No sign of my mom, no sign of anyone. Even though I convinced myself I had imagined it, I don't think I really believed that deep down, but it was the only logical explanation. I must have just been really tired. Maybe my brain was playing tricks on me. So I locked my bedroom door that night just in case and fell asleep without thinking about it again. It wasn't until a week later, when I overheard my mom talking to my dad in the kitchen, that I realized I wasn't the only one. "I heard her, Mark," my mom said, her voice low and shaky. "I heard Claire calling for me from the other room. She was saying, 'Mom, I'm home,' but when I checked, she wasn't there." I froze just outside the doorway, trying to hear more. "What?" My dad's voice was confused. "You sure you didn't just imagine it?" "I'm telling you, Mark, it was her voice." I went to the front room expecting to see her, but the house was empty. I even called her, and she said she was still at school. It didn't make any sense. I stood in the hallway processing what I was hearing. It wasn't just me. My mom had heard something too. She had heard me when I wasn't home. The air in the house suddenly felt colder and heavier, like it was pressing down on me. I just wanted to be in the same room with them, so I made my appearance known. I didn't share my experience, though, and my mom didn't share hers with me directly. But I started paying more attention after that, and it happened again a few days later. Only this time, my dad heard it. We were all sitting in the living room watching TV when Dad suddenly paused the show and cocked his head to the side. "Did you hear that?" he asked, frowning. "Hear what?" I said, glancing at the screen, thinking he meant something on the show. "I just heard your mom calling for me from the kitchen." He stood up, looking confused. "But she's sitting right here." Mom and I both exchanged glances. I could see the tension in her face, the same unease that I had been feeling ever since the first time I heard her voice. "I didn't say anything," Mom said quietly. And Dad, well, he didn't respond. He just walked into the kitchen, his steps slow and careful, and a moment later he came back, his face pale. "No one's in there." My mom and I sort of looked at each other like, well, yeah. But after that, the voices started happening more frequently. We would be sitting at dinner and I'd hear my dad's voice from upstairs, laughing like he was on the phone, except he was right in front of me, chewing his food in silence. Or my mom would hear me singing in my room, only to knock on my door and find I wasn't even home. But the worst was last night. I was lying in bed trying to fall asleep when I heard it again, my dad's voice, low and muffled, coming from just outside my bedroom door. He was talking quietly, as if he were on the phone. I could hear the faint rise and fall of his voice, but I couldn't make out any words. "Dad?" I called. The talking stopped. I sat up in bed, straining to hear, but there was nothing, just silence. I got up and tiptoed to the door, pulling it open slowly. The hallway was dark, and I couldn't see anyone. My parents' bedroom door was closed, but no light was coming from under the door. They were asleep. I felt my skin crawl as I quietly shut my door, locking it and crawling back into bed. This morning I woke up to find my mom sitting at the kitchen table, staring at her coffee cup like it held all the answers to what was happening. She looked up when I walked in and she gave me a weak smile. "Did you hear it again?" she asked. I nodded, too tired to pretend I hadn't. My dad joined us a few minutes later, rubbing his eyes, sitting down, not saying anything at all. I could tell that he hadn't slept well either. None of us said much over breakfast. There was a thick, sort of uncomfortable silence hanging in the air, like we were all waiting for something. The voices, they didn't appear to be going away. If anything, they were getting worse. What scares me the most isn't that we're hearing these voices. It's the fact that they sound so real. Every time I hear my mom's voice calling from upstairs, every time my dad is laughing in the other room, it's like they were really there. Like there is an invisible version of our family living in the same house, going about their day, mimicking us. I don't know what's going on, and I don't know how to make it stop. I guess I'm just hoping that my parents are as affected by it as me, and that we can figure something out. Until then, if I hear someone calling my name from another room, I'm not answering. This is the most unsettling experience I've had. It doesn't fall into the ghost category, but it's something strange that just makes my brain itch. I'd just gotten home from work. The house was blessedly quiet. My kids were at school and my husband was working late, so I figured I had a couple of hours to myself before the chaos kicked back in. I had just settled onto the couch with a cup of tea, trying to enjoy the rare moment of peace. The TV was on, but I wasn't really watching it, just letting the background noise fill the house. And that's when I heard it. "Mom!" It was faint but clear, the sound of my son's voice coming from upstairs, calling me like he always did when he couldn't find something. My stomach dropped a little, but I shook it off. Maybe he'd gotten home early from school, or maybe I just hadn't noticed the time. "Mom!" The voice came again, a little louder this time. I sighed, set my mug down, and stood up. "I'm coming," I called out, heading up the stairs. "What is it?" But there was no answer. When I reached the top of the stairs, the hallway was empty. All the bedroom doors were closed and no sign of either of the kids. I looked at my watch, and I realized the kids weren't even supposed to be home yet. It wasn't even close to the time that they'd be back from school. I felt my heart pick up pace a bit, but I told myself that I must have just been hearing things. Maybe it was the TV downstairs that I wasn't really paying attention to, or maybe I just imagined it. Too used to hearing them yelling for me every day. Maybe that's what it was. And then I heard it again. "Mom, I'm upstairs." But I was already upstairs. And the voice, it wasn't muffled or distant like it would have been if they were outside. It was right there, just down the hall. My son's voice, clear as day, like he was standing in his room waiting for me. I slowly walked towards his door, every instinct telling me not to, but I had to check, had to make sure I wasn't losing my mind. I opened the door to his room, and it was completely still. His bed was made, the room exactly as we'd left it that morning when I sent him off to school. No sign of him, no sign of anyone. I just started backing out of the room. Even with the TV humming downstairs, the house was so quiet now, suffocatingly quiet. The only sound I could really hear was my own breathing. I turned and walked quickly back downstairs, my hands sort of trembling as I grabbed my phone to check the time again. It was only 2:30. The kids wouldn't be home for another hour. I waited in the kitchen after that, not daring to move or make any sounds. I was just listening to the house, waiting for something, anything, to explain what I'd just heard. But the house stayed silent. When the kids finally came home that afternoon, laughing and talking like they always did, I stood there staring at them, my heart still hammering in my chest. I never told them what happened. I never told anyone. But every now and then, when the house gets quiet, I expect to hear that voice. Luckily, it hasn't happened since. I just heard my dad call my name from outside my window. It was clear as day. I just heard him shout, "Connor." Thing is, my dad passed away in 2020. So I froze, eyes wide, listening, anticipating I'd hear a repetition of a noise that I could have possibly misheard as my dad calling my name. But the house is quiet. My dogs aren't even up walking around. For some reason, I still just got up and peeked out of my blinds, and like I thought, nobody was standing there. Goosebumps are still filling my arms. I have no clue what could have made that noise. This is a long one. Sorry in advance if I ramble. My name is Smith, and I'm 32 years old. I'm a geneticist from Tucson, Arizona. I first met my fiancé Caleb when I was in high school, and I didn't believe that someone like me could ever be with someone like him, but he assured me, and he made me feel every day that I was the best person in the entire world. So much so that when 2015 came around and Obama legalized gay marriage, he proposed to me, and I said yes. Everything leading up to the wedding was fine, but I still had my doubts, insecurities, and on the day of our wedding, walking him down a rainbow-colored aisle, all of that went away. The ceremony was beautiful. My vows were basic, but Caleb's took my breath away. Unfortunately, I only got to be married for an hour. An entire hour of being happy. I had everything I ever wanted in my entire life. But as I said, that was short-lived. The car seating after the ceremony was as follows. Caleb's groomsman, Johnny, and his little brother, Declan, were in the back seat. And behind me, my rock, my bestie forever, Freya. The ceremony, it was as basic as you think it was. We left the church and we had rice thrown and rainbow-colored confetti, which is what I was picking out of my cornrows when the accident happened. The last thing I remember was smiling up at Caleb and him telling me, well, mouthing the words that he loved me, infinity times infinity. We would tell one another that we loved each other infinity times infinity every day, and we meant it. No truer words ever spoken between two people. The last thing I remember clearly was Freya screaming for Caleb to watch out. I don't even know what happened. I had the feeling the car was flipping over. I would later find out that it flipped 3 times before landing roof up, as I'm asking myself, why am I looking up at the sky? Wouldn't that mean I'm on my back? And my body, why is it exploding in pain? Throughout all of the pain and grief and fear, there was Caleb's body on top of mine, whispering in my ear, "Baby, please, just stay awake. Keep your eyes open. There's an ambulance on the way. Baby, please stay awake." I couldn't. My entire world was enveloped in black, and I passed out. I woke up almost 5 days later. Numerous broken bones, broken wrists, 3 broken ribs, and a fractured eye socket. Declan was fine. He had a few scrapes and bruises, same with John. Freya immediately came to my side and hugged me. She was crying into my chest, which hurt. She had a cast on her left leg and her right arm. First thing out of my mouth was, "Where's Cal?" Declan wouldn't even look at me. John started to cry as Freya knelt beside me and touched my cheek. "There was an accident," she whispered. "Cal went out a hero," Declan whispered when I looked at him, and I asked him what the hell he was talking about. He gave me a shocked look like he expected me to remember what happened. Freya asked me what was the last thing I remembered. I told her, leaving the church, people throwing confetti and rice at us, being happy. John just gave a loud sob and said, "He doesn't remember what happened. He doesn't remember the accident, Frey." Declan knelt down beside me and told me everything that happened. There was an accident. Some drunken idiot swerved in front of us in a panic, and in order to prevent an accident, Caleb swerved the car really hard, causing it to roll over, making impact with the car that he was trying to avoid as it hit his side. At the time, I didn't know that Caleb didn't have a seatbelt on, and the memory of him on top of me with the car, it came back. I started to see with blurry vision, and I realized my husband was gone. He risked his own life because it's just the type of dude my brother was, Declan said. I turned to my best friend and I beg her. I beg her to tell me that this isn't real. I break down, I start to cry. There's no consoling me. It was hard for me growing up gay, thinking that I would never meet someone, knowing that my family disowned me for the very fact of me wanting to live a true life. And then I met Caleb, this kind, gentle guy who actually seemed to want to spend time with me, to want to get to know me better. And I took all of that love that I had inside of me and I gave it all to him. And now I was back where I started, alone, broken. The hardest part of all of this was realizing that by the time I woke up, Caleb's funeral had already gone and passed. I didn't even get to say goodbye. I didn't even get to be there. His parents kept apologizing for having the funeral while I was unconscious. I kept telling them that it was fine, that it was okay. But deep down inside, I was a wreck. I cried almost every night, and to tell you the truth, I never really stopped crying. To say I loved Caleb is an understatement. Love is too small a word to describe what I felt about him, what I still do. And now here's the part of the story where shit gets really weird. Over the last 5 years, I've managed to get my PhD and overall try to be happy. I haven't taken my ring off. Every time I try, something always stops me. During the height of the pandemic, that's when shit got really weird. One morning, I decided that I was going for a run. I started to make a protein smoothie for before and after I got back, and while I was using the blender, putting my blueberries and bananas inside, I heard Caleb's voice. It shocked me at first because I wasn't sure if I heard what I had heard. Then when I turned the blender off to listen more carefully, I heard it again. "Babe, have you seen my keys?" I stepped back from the blender and covered my mouth. There were tears burning in my eyes. For context, you should know Caleb was always losing his keys. I wiped my tears away and told myself, "Smith, it's just your grief, bitch. Chill the fuck out." I went for my run, came back, and nothing else happened. Cut to that same night when I'd gotten out of the shower, put my pajamas on, and gotten into bed. I heard my front door open and close. I heard shuffling in the living room, and I immediately grabbed my Bowie knife. "Babe." I dropped the knife and stepped back. There's no fucking way this is happening again. The minute I reached for the door, my front door opened and slammed, which made me jump, of course. But then I got a little angry. Then I got really angry. I'm a big believer in the paranormal. Even as a scientist, I know that some things can't be explained by science. But I know Caleb, and I know that he wouldn't try to scare me like this. He wouldn't do this shit to me. So I started reading paranormal stories. I wanted to know what the hell was going on. Then I came across something called a mimic. Every story that I'd ever read while doing research correlated with my paranormal activity, verbatim. And I knew it was not my husband. Then one night when I was in bed going over notes for work, boring lab stuff, I heard the door slam, which I found out was the door to my bathroom. I calmly looked up, got out of bed, stood direct while I tried to portray confidence, and I said very loudly, "Look, bitch, don't be slamming no doors you ain't paying for." And you're probably not going to believe me when I say that that's what I said, but I'm very bossy. I don't like anyone in my space disrespecting my stuff. and I'm not afraid to tell someone off. Boy, was that a huge mistake. After that, things escalated quickly. There were footsteps at night, things going missing and reappearing in the strangest of places. And then there was our wedding photo. It was supposed to be on my nightstand, but every morning when I woke up, it was in the middle of the floor of my living room. The knocking, the voices at night, it all started to ramp up. It's been 5 months of this. Cut to present day, September 2023. I started to get really depressed, and that's when I started to hear Caleb's voice again. It was small things at first. Usually I'd just hear him call me babe or ask me a question. I would ignore him, and then I would go into my bathroom and cry for hours. It was not the reprieve from grief that I thought I needed. It was making shit worse. So I called over my sisters, Soraya and Simone, and needless to say, they didn't really believe me. They thought I was grieving, and they weren't wrong, but I had to explain to them that I know what grief is, but that I've heard enough stories from my favorite YouTube channel to know what this is. Soraya laughed and looked at me, saying, "Really, YouTube? Are you really going to base your grief off of a scary YouTube story that you heard?" I kicked them out, and I went about my day. I don't speak to my parents, so there was no help that I could get from any outside source. That night, I heard it again, Caleb's voice. This time I was coming from the hallway from the bathroom. The light was turned on, so I couldn't understand why there was a voice coming from in there. This thing really likes to call me babe. I shuddered when I heard it, and I stopped down the hallway and slammed the door shut. I made one last desperate plea, which I really wish I would have just kept my mouth shut. "Look, bitch, I've just about had it with your mimicking bullshit. I know you're not Caleb, and I would really like for you to get the fuck out of my house, considering the fact that you're not even fucking paying rent here, and you're staying here for free. So please fucking leave." Yeah, I wasn't kidding when I said that I was pretty angry at this point. I had to make myself laugh in this situation, otherwise I was going to keep thinking that I was fucking insane. That was the moment that not only did my lights turn off, and my phone, but there was banging throughout my entire loft. It was the doors and the windows. My neighbor, who's a good friend of mine, his name is Levi. He came by the loft. Well, he barged into my loft, to put it perfectly accurately. "Smith, are you okay?" he asked. Once he entered the loft, the knocking only got louder. Levi is Jewish, and I should start off by saying that we experienced a Dybbuk haunting in college, so I knew that he'd believe me. I told Levi what was happening, and he let me stay at his place for the night. Once I closed the door to my loft, the knocking stopped. When I stepped away from the door, Levi and I both heard Caleb yell, "And stay out." Levi turned to me slowly and said, "Smith, am I high, or did I just hear your dead husband's voice?" Through my tears, I smiled and appreciated him making me laugh after not having done so in so long. I turned to him and smiled and said, "Levi, you're always high, but yes, this is what I've been dealing with." Cut to a few days later when I finally returned home. Nothing else happened for a while. That was until John and Declan decided to pay me a little visit. I'm glad to know that I wasn't the only one who heard him, but the look on Declan's face when he stepped into the loft and heard Caleb's voice, it broke my heart. We all heard him when he said, "There's my 3 favorite guys." John, being the emotional wreck that he already was, sobbed, "Cal, is that you?" Declan stepped out of the apartment and looked at me. "You're playing a joke on us, right?" he asked. When he saw me crying, he knew that I wasn't doing that. John looked around and suddenly noted out loud that it got colder in the loft. Once again, Declan stepped back inside. He heard it again. "Long time no see, little bro." He walked right up to me and gave me a big bear hug. He whispered in my ear, "I believe you, but that is not my brother." "I know," I whispered back, "but I still don't know what to do." Declan took out his phone and his wallet, decided that he was going to call his friend Leah. Leah was a self-proclaimed witch, and I do believe in those things. The witches, I mean. When I first met Leah, she was calm and so sweet. I told her that whoever was in here, I'm sorry, but just let me clarify, the entity in here was not my husband. She smiled when she looked around the loft. "You're a bit of a trickster, aren't you?" she said into the open air. I looked at her like she was crazy, and I let her know that I thought that as well. I turned and I said, "Girl, why are you talking to air?" Leah smiled and laughed so hard that there were tears in her eyes. "Smith, don't worry," she said, coming to me and taking my hands. "We're going to be great friends. We have the same personality. And for the record, bitch, I'm not talking to air because you have a mimic spirit in your house." This made me laugh out loud very hard. I really liked Leah's attitude and her personality. She indeed seemed to match mine. I scheduled another appointment with her, gave her $150 to do a cleansing. At first, she told me not to pay her, that she would do it for free, but I told her to take the money. When she took it, Leah finally heard it. "Babe, no." Caleb's voice was so sad and agonizing. I looked around, and I could feel the tears already streaming down my cheeks. "I can't take much more of this," I whispered. That's when the knocking started again, or rather, the banging, and it didn't stop until Leah and I were both out of the loft. So I decided to stay at a hotel. I picked the same one that Leah was staying at so that we could be together and get to know each other some more. She took me to the store to buy all of the things that she needed for the cleansing. We hung out all day, had lunch, called Freya to have dinner with us. I booked a room. She came over later to have wine and just talk. While we were talking and having wine, I thought to myself, Leah is going to have to leave soon, and Freya can only spend so much time with me. I started to get worried. September 14th, 2023. I went back to get a few things today. It did not go well. The minute I stepped into my loft, I heard it. "Back so soon? You just can't stay away, can you?" I stomped down the hallway into my bathroom and muttered to myself, "Shouldn't have to stay away. This is my loft." When I started to make my way towards the door, I heard a sob, and then Caleb's voice said, "Please don't leave again. You know how much I love you." I turned, and you guessed it, I was crying. "I know how much he loved me," I cried. "And when I get back, I'm going to sage this loft so bad, you won't even be able to breathe in here." At that exact moment, my bathroom door, bedroom door, laundry room door, and guest bedroom door all slammed succinctly. The pounding resumed, and needless to say, I rushed out of there and back to the hotel. I found Leah and Freya talking over drinks. Without even saying a word, Leah looked at me. "Smith, are you okay?" Freya knew something was wrong, so she asked me to talk to her, but I couldn't find the words. Leah looked into my eyes and said, "You went back, didn't you?" I nodded. She was starting to compile a list of other things that she would need from the store, and that's when she turned to me and said, "Smith, I'm starting to think that this isn't a mimic. What you just told me is something much more menacing." I turned to her and I told her I agree, that I definitely knew it wasn't my husband. I started to cry again, and I haven't stopped since. You should consider my story if you ever have a problem with a mimic. Never piss it off. Never try to challenge it. It's 12:55 a.m. and I'm writing this in my hotel room. Freya opted to stay with me, so I'm writing this while staring at her sleeping, snoring form in my spare bed. I couldn't be more grateful. I'll keep you all posted with any updates, and I'll definitely be posting what happens after the cleansing. Thanks for reading, and thanks for everyone in the community for all your support. I work nights while my husband stays home with my daughter. I left the house at 10, and at 12:30, my daughter texted me asking if I was home. I said I wasn't. She swore she heard me calling her name when she let the dogs out. It really shook her up. She was crying, and she's normally very level-headed. She never makes up stories like this, so I was freaked out too. I told her to lock all the doors, to have her stepdad look around because I couldn't think of anything else to say. I don't know what could have happened, but she genuinely thought it was me. There's no other women in our neighborhood that know her name. Our house was built in 1900, and we've had many spooky things happen. I'm not saying this is necessarily supernatural, but it's pretty strange. Has this ever happened to anyone else? It was 4 a.m. when I woke to someone knocking at my door, but when I opened it, no one was there. I knocked on the bathroom door and my mom said to give her a minute. She was just getting my clothes. I thought nothing of it, but less than a minute later, she came out of her room with a basket of clothes. Confused, I looked at her. I asked if she'd just been in my bathroom. She shook her head. She'd been in her bathroom, and that made my heart skip a beat. I told her what happened, but she only repeated that she was in her bathroom. I just stared at her in confusion, stayed awake the rest of the night. I wasn't able to fall asleep until after 6 this morning. It happened almost 10 years ago, right before I got pregnant with my first child. My husband and I were driving to my sister's house to have some drinks and stay over. It was dark outside when we left our place, and the drive is about 15 miles. The first stretch of highway passes right by Lake Michigan, and there wasn't a cloud in the sky. As soon as we pulled onto the highway, we both noticed an odd-looking star over the lake. It was the brightest light we'd ever seen. It would have been extremely hard for others to miss, but I'm not sure if anyone else was on the road. My attention was solely focused on the giant, blinding star. We thought it was amazing, but then it started moving. It went up, down, left, right. It seemed to be following us into town. My husband and I were transfixed. After we made it into town, we watched in disbelief as it rose even higher, shooting across the sky and out of sight. I was sad that it left and desperately hoping to catch another glimpse. It was such an indescribable feeling to see a giant light do all these impossible maneuvers, just dart across the sky and leave us in awe. The excitement and impossibility of it all made me feel like a kid again, full of wonder and joy. I couldn't stop thinking about what we'd seen, and that's not even the best part. What happened next changed who I am as a person and the way I perceive things. We were only a few blocks away from my sister's house when my husband stopped at a stop sign and looked to his left. At that moment, I was looking ahead. I saw the craft 2 blocks ahead at streetlight level. It glided across the street effortlessly, without sound. This time, it had no lights. It just looked like a blimp without windows, strings, or anything else you might expect to see on a blimp. It was a dark, matte gray color and covered in very fine lines, indentations, seams. I don't know. It was a little larger than 2 car lengths, fast and silent. A moment later, it passed in front of our car, and I screamed, but it was gone before my husband could turn his head. I made him drive around and search for it for a long time so that I could try to get a picture, but we didn't see it again. We both spent most of the drive watching this bright light dance in the sky, perform all of these outstanding and impossible aerial maneuvers, just to have it disappear and reappear with no lights or noise. That makes me think it knew we were watching. I I know in my soul that what I saw was something far beyond our understanding, and for a while after that, my sister and I would stargaze, but we never saw anything like what my husband and I saw that first night. Over the years, the excitement went away, more and more as life got busy. But last week, I was driving home when, out of nowhere, an unusually bright light appeared in the sky. It was almost like the other one I saw, but I hadn't quite made the connection yet. At first, I thought it must be a plane, but then I noticed the lights weren't flashing, and I couldn't hear anything. Then, it suddenly started to descend, as if it were falling, but it stopped just above the tree line. I pulled over to a gas station so I could watch it, but nothing happened for 15 minutes, so I decided to go home. It was almost a straight shot home. I just needed to take one left turn off the highway. I was about to take that turn when I looked to my right. I saw the bright light again. Instead of continuing home, I changed course to drive straight towards that light and FaceTimed my husband. It was a one-way road that you've got to drive all the way through to get out, so I couldn't change direction once I started following the light, and I was freaking out. It was now right in front of me. I drove too far in, and the trees covered my view. But when I fell back, it was gone. I've also recently watched the 5E documentary before my most recent sighting, and it made me wonder if the reason I saw the light again after so many years was because it had been on my mind, like when I first saw it. The documentary speculates that they can be summoned with our thoughts and consciousness. Before I'd even heard of that theory, I felt like the reason I saw the craft was due to my elevated awareness from watching the light over the lake. The only thing going through my mind were huge amounts of wonder and excitement. I knew that 2022 was going to be a weird year, simply by how it started. Last year, I was finishing college. My roommate, who we'll call Sarah, worked as a full-time manager at some group home. Her hours were kind of all over the place. It wasn't unusual for her to sometimes be gone before I even woke up. One morning, I got up around 8 o'clock. I couldn't fall back asleep. I got up to go make coffee. My roommate's door was closed, so I just turned on the TV in my room and I started watching something, I think The Circle. I was propped up in my bed and the door was a quarter of the way open, facing the hallway. Around 9 a.m., I could hear my apartment door open. A few seconds later, my roommate walked by. She was wearing one of her winter coats. It was a large purple one, and it made that swooshing sound. She had on blue jeans, and she was carrying her large gym bag, the one that she always had. She looked at me, and she said, "Hey." I said hey back. She went into her room and then closed the door. This wasn't unusual behavior, as neither of us were really morning people. There wasn't a lot to talk about. We already knew we had plans for later that night. The only thing I found strange was that she was home so early. But I didn't think too much of it. As I said, her hours could sometimes be all over the place. After our brief interaction, I just continued watching my show. Finally, I left my room around 10:30. At that time, my roommate opened her door. Her hair was a mess. She was in her pajamas, and it was like her eyes had just woken up. I asked her if she'd just fallen asleep after she got home, and she looks at me and goes, "What are you talking about?" I'm like, "Did you work this morning? You came home early." She looked at me like I was crazy and said again, "What are you talking about? I just woke up." I told her what had happened, that she'd come home an hour or so ago, that we spoke briefly. She insists that she didn't go out the night before and that she'd fallen asleep around midnight. She said that she had to work at 3 that day, which she did end up doing that day. Sarah isn't the type to joke around about this kind of stuff, and she looked genuinely confused. Also, I was up the entire time, since 8 or 8:30, so there's no way she could have slipped past me. We were on the 3rd floor. There's no way for her to slip out besides the apartment door. I still think that she thinks I was confused, but I know what I saw and heard. The lock on the apartment door, it's heavy. It always sounds really loud when someone unlocks it, and nobody else had a key besides my landlord, and it definitely wasn't him. I've seen posts about seeing coworkers or people in public in a time span that would be impossible. I just don't know what I actually saw. I wasn't stoned, drunk, or anything. The only thing in my body at that time was caffeine. I've heard stories of doppelgangers, glitch in the matrix stories. I've always been fascinated by them. I used to wonder, why don't more people have these experiences? And then one day, I had one of my own. A doppelganger event or shift in time, reality, whatever it was, it happened to me. A little bit of context first about myself and where I live. I'm a 20-year-old guy, tall, broad shoulders, brown hair. I live in a small English village in the countryside. It's the kind of place where you don't see many new people living there. I've lived there my entire life, and I see the same regular people going about their lives on a regular basis. Anyways, back to the story. I walked from my house just on the edge of the village to the local shop to get some groceries. It was midday, and the weather was quite dull and gloomy. Everything was going normal until I walked back from the shop. I'm walking on the path outside of an old church. I carry on walking down the path ahead of me, but I have the option to cross the street and walk on the other path that leads to the same route that I was going to, just a different way. Anyway, as I think about crossing over, I look into the distance not too far away from me, and on the other side of the path, I see me. This person is the same height and build as me, and they're wearing the same clothes. I was wearing a green wax coat and black trousers, and so was the guy ahead of me on the other side of the road. He also had the same brown hairstyle as me. My mind was racing about what could be happening. I then noticed that the guy ahead is carrying the same shopping bag as I am. I am then surprised to see this person that looks just like me and wave at an old woman who was walking the same path as I was, but was ahead of me in the opposite direction. I walked past the old woman, and then I decided to cross the road to follow the other me. But as I'm about to, a black car drives by, blocking my view. I decided not to go the same way as the other me because I had a weird feeling that I shouldn't. As I make the decision not to go the way that the guy that looks like me went, he disappears, just vanished, the moment that I decided not to go that way. I didn't see him disappear. It was like he was never there. But I still had the vivid memory of the event. It was like by suddenly deciding not to go that way, I changed time. I moved quickly ahead to see where he was, but this other me is nowhere to be found. I look in the driveways of people's houses, and he wasn't in any of them. There's nowhere for him to go. My mind was blown. As I walked back, I had the most eerie feeling and got quite creeped out. I think I had a time slip, and that I was seeing into a possible future, but by changing my mind and not going that way, that never happened, so the other me disappeared. But one thing that I could not figure out was who was the old woman that he was waving at. I don't know her, and I walked past her, but when I walked past her, she didn't seem surprised or shocked that she saw two of me. Who she was is also a mystery. Feel free to tell me I'm batshit crazy because I'm kinda tripping out right now. I have a key that unlocks the main doors to my office building. All managers have them. It's nothing special. I keep it on a cheap gold-beaded Mardi Gras necklace. It's big enough not to forget, but small enough to not be intrusive. I usually just throw them in my pocket in the morning and then onto my vanity when I get home. A few days ago, my boyfriend Mike and I got into a really heated argument. What it was about doesn't matter, but I ended up grabbing this necklace with my keys attached and throwing it at his head. He ducks and it hits the wall and falls behind the couch. We're unable to resolve our issues and we sleep in different beds that night, his bed being the couch. He leaves earlier than me in the morning, so when I get up and get ready for work, I have to move the couch to grab my key. I pull the couch out just enough to reach my shoulder in between the wall and the back of it. Now, when I pull up my necklace, I think at first I've grabbed the wrong thing because the beads are silver. I'm about to set it down and go fishing again, but then I see my work key on the necklace. My first thought, what kind of passive-aggressive shit is this? I don't have time to dive into his weird mind games that he'd had set up for me, so I go to work like usual. When I get there, I'm usually the first one unlocking the doors and turning on the lights. I slide the key in to find that it doesn't work. Now I'm fucking livid. I call his ass up and he's like, "No, baby, what? I don't know what you're talking about." I call him a lying, cheating sociopath and break up with him. Then I sit in my car and cry until my other coworkers start showing up, allowing me access to the inside. I clean myself up and wait for the people to go inside before I go into the building. On my lunch break, I decide to go back to my apartment and look for the real keys. I open the door and I see Mike walking back into the bedroom. I'm like, "What the fuck are you doing home? Did you lose your job? Where's your car?" But he just ignores me, keeps walking away. The little voice in my head is like, "We've crossed the line to just being disrespectful and immature now, haven't we? Let's do something more immature." So again, I throw the key necklace at his fucking head. My accuracy isn't any good, or he's just plain lucky, but it misses and goes over his shoulder, landing in the bedroom. He doesn't even flinch, just keeps walking into the bedroom and turns out of view. I'm like, oh hell no, and I charge in right after his ass. This guy just did a disappearing act. There's nobody in the room. Did I just follow a ghost? I'm actually spooked. I look around for the necklace that I threw, but it's nowhere on the floor either. Like, fuck all of this, and I go back to work early. End of the day comes around, and I dread having to go back to my place. Mike's not answering his phone, and I don't see his car in the parking lot when I get there. Walking in, the apartment is just how I left it. The bedroom lights are still on, and I go back there to look for my keys again. This time I got on my hands and knees to search. I reach under the bed and my fingers touch the beads of the necklace. But when I pull it out, it's the fucking gold one. Key still attached. From what I can tell, it's my real work key. Instead of relaxing, I drive back to work and sure enough, it's the real deal. So I think to myself, is Mike fucking with me? How did he do this? Guy can't plan a date but sets up this bullshit? It's been 3 days. Obviously, we're back together, and after grilling him for several hours and confirming with his boss, he for sure was not at the apartment when I threw this second set of keys, which I still haven't found, by the way, the ones with the silver chain. I just keep going back and forth, but it's like seeing it all written out. This is exactly how everything happened, so let's pretend he's a vindictive prick, and this was his stupid, devious plan. How could he even pull it off? And if he didn't, which I'm like 99% sure he didn't, what the hell happened? Is there like a black hole or some shit that I can't understand happening in this apartment? I mean, help. It's like I'm losing my mind. boring but necessary background first up. This may be a bit confusing, but I'll lay it out as clearly as I can. For some reason, I'm having a lot of life glitches lately, but this is blowing my mind. So, in my job, I have to regularly liaise with different departments outside my job. One of those departments recently had a few staff leave, and 2 new guys eventually came on board. Both guys are in their 40s, white, slender, wear glasses, have salt and pepper hair, and look very similar except for the fact that they actually have quite different faces. I can easily tell them apart because of that, and because of the fact that one must wear a uniform and the other doesn't. Both guys have moderately unusual names. For privacy, I'll call one Stephen Bobcat and the other Gerald West. On Gerald's first day, he walks up, shakes my hand, and introduces himself as Gerald Bobcat. At that stage, I assume that it's his name. I also haven't met Stephen Bobcat yet, so no questions from me. Gerald tells me that he's just moved to town from, let's call it Green Bay. He tells me about the move here, his new role, and what he's doing. We sit and chat for about 20 minutes during a quiet time. I found him quite pleasant. We chatted away and even walked together for a while. Some time goes by, and I see him introduce himself as Gerald West. Odd, I think. I was sure that he said his surname was Bobcat. In fact, I was certain because the name, it's a local family name in the area and quite unusual. So the thought went into my mind that he must have been a local, hence why I asked him if he was a local. But he told me that he wasn't a local. He'd moved here from Green Bay. I even wondered if maybe he changed his name. About 2 weeks pass and I walk into the office where Gerald is. And he looks at me and says, "Oh, are you the worker from XYZ?" As if he had no idea who I was. We'd been chatting and talking together prior, and it was exactly as if he'd never seen me before. I assumed it was because I had makeup on or something, that his memory was awful. It was so strange that he acted like we'd never met. I even mentioned it to a friend. So around that same time, the other new worker, Stephen, comes on board. He never introduces himself to me, but I hear him tell someone that his name is Stephen Bobcat. I know what you're thinking. I've just mixed up the 2 guys. But here's why this isn't making sense. The backstory I was given by Gerald, who at first told me his surname was Bobcat, it is Gerald's backstory. Stephen is not from Green Bay, and never has been. If Gerald was just having a total brain slip and just gave me the wrong guy's surname, the unusual surname that happened to belong to the other guy, then why did he genuinely fail to recognize me later? And if I had actually just met Stephen Bobcat on that day and we talked and chatted, then how did I know the name Gerald? It was definitely Gerald I chatted and walked with. The 2 are very serious, and there's no way it's a case of joking around. Their jobs are quite serious, and they'd be in trouble for mucking around. If you have genuine theories on what the heck is going on, they're appreciated. Tonight I had Cinnamon Toast Crunch for dinner. I set the bowl, milk, and cereal onto my table, and then returned to the kitchen for the spoon I'd forgotten. None were in the drawer. The next place I looked was the dishwasher and noticed it hadn't been started yet. So I grabbed a spoon from the silverware rack in the dishwasher and washed it by hand with a sponge. When I was satisfied it had been thoroughly cleaned, I returned to the table. But when I'd gotten there and sat down, there was now a knife in my hand instead of a spoon, even though the spoon had never left my grasp from the sink to the table. Somehow, when I sat down, it was a butter knife that I was holding. It's one that I haven't seen before either. Me and my roommate only have a couple sets of dishes, and none of our utensils have wooden handles. I'm kind of freaking out because I'm literally losing my mind with how absolutely sure I was that I had a spoon, only to have what falls from my palm be a butter knife we don't own. Could someone please explain this? I don't know where else to ask for advice about what just happened. If anyone's got any answers, I'll be up late tonight, eagerly waiting. The weatherman warned of an approaching storm on the evening news, but the rain had already made its way to where I lived. It was Thanksgiving night. My brother and his friends were at the school playing 4-on-4 football on the practice field behind the gym. Our mother made my brother take me with them, so he begrudgingly made me the ref. I sat on the sidelines and watched them toss the ball around for a little over an hour. As the field grew darker and the football became more difficult to see, my brother's team wanted to finish their last drive before calling it a game. It was 3rd down for them, trailing by a field goal. My brother insisted they finish. So the 8 boys line back up, and the cold pigskin briefly brushes against the frozen grass before being fired backwards into my brother's hands. He steps back and launches the first pass, sailing over his receiver's head. 4th down, last play. Again, the ball gets snapped into my brother's hands, and he steps back for another Hail Mary and sends it flying. But just as it's about to reach its peak, before the arch, boom, it strikes something almost completely invisible, sitting idle in the sky. The ball plummets straight down from the impact point. All of us just stood there staring at this object, barely visible and completely silent, aside from the metallic thunk from the football. The only way to follow it with your eyes would be to focus and watch the stars disappear and reappear behind it as it flew by. I saw my brother pick up the ball and drop it. It stunk like sulfur, and the smell transferred to his hands when he picked it up. No one else attempted to pick it up, but we could all smell the smell. It wasn't long after that we decided to get the hell out of there. It started as a quick walk in the direction we came, towards our house, and that transitioned into running in a matter of seconds. Call it a knee-jerk reaction, but once we reached the front steps of our house, we all started laughing. Well, not everyone. My brother was just staring at the sky. After several moments of catching our breath, laughing and not laughing, my brother grabs my arm and says, "We gotta go inside. You all should too. Bye, guys." And he rushes us inside, closing the door on his friends. I wish there was a little more to the story, but the rest of the night, my brother just made us stay inside. My parents couldn't understand why he was paranoid, and my father, mostly upset that we'd lost a perfectly good football, asking why we couldn't just be honest about what happened. Of course, we were being honest. You expect your parents to just believe you when you lie, believe you when you tell the truth. They should just believe you. But our parents just didn't. They didn't believe anything they couldn't see for themselves, apparently. My brother is still a bit sour at this point. He knows what we saw. He knows that there was more to see if my parents would just listen and even go look at the football. They refused. My brother remains convinced of this stuff. UFOs, aliens, but he also seems a bit hesitant to talk about it, saying that the older he gets, the less he feels like putting himself out there, whatever that means. It shows as him being interested, being a believer, but never wanting to personally put himself, his story, our story, in the mix. I don't know. Has anyone else ever experienced something like this? Growing up, my dad used to take me camping all over New Mexico to search for UFOs. When he was in college, he saw a craft with green lights moving across the sky. When it stopped, the lights turned red before disappearing entirely, Then a smaller craft, about the size of a drone, with a single green light zoomed away from where the larger one had vanished. It shot to the ground faster than Dad's eyes could follow, and he never saw it again. He's been obsessed with UFO sightings ever since. On our camping expeditions, he would stay up most of the night just staring through his telescope. We must have gone on 4 or 5 trips a year from the time I was 6 to 16. But in all that time, we never saw anything until the week before my 17th birthday. It started out like any of our other weekends away. I stayed up with him until about 1 or 2, and then passed out in my sleeping bag. Normally, I woke up to Dad cooking breakfast the next morning, but this time, I woke up with his hand over my mouth in a frantic shushing gesture. I was instantly terrified. The man has never played a practical joke in his life. Whatever was happening had to be bad. Once certain I understood to keep silent, he leaned next to my ear and said to follow him to the truck, but not to stop for anything. I had never seen him frightened before, and that was enough to scare me into unquestioned compliance. I tried using my phone for light, but he snatched it away and put it in his pocket with no more than a shake of his head. I barely had enough time to grab my bag before he was dragging me out of the tent. The fire had been put out, but the stars provided just enough light to see our way to the truck. We ran the whole way and jumped inside like someone was chasing us. The second the door closed behind me, Dad was already pressing the lock button. Once he put the key in the ignition, the headlights came to life and illuminated a sickly gray figure, complete with bulbous eyes, right by our tent. It was peeking inside the flap, but as soon as the lights came on, it darted all the way inside. I screamed. Dad yelled for me to get on the floor, and I did. He threw the truck into gear and we took off, but then something with a green light shot into the air and began following us. He drove like mad to get away, never taking his eyes off the road, while I never took my eyes off of whatever that green light was. I couldn't make out the shape behind it, but it stayed with us through every turn until just before reaching the highway. Then it suddenly shot higher into the sky and flew back the way it came. That was the last time Dad ever took me camping. We might take the occasional hike together, but for the most part, we bond over movie nights now. I grew up in sort of a rural area in Michigan. Not exactly middle of nowhere, just definitely no streetlights, neighbors far apart, that sort of thing. I remember one night I was laying in bed. I was young, probably 7 at the oldest, and I saw lights pierce through my curtains. It was unusual to see. Even at that age, I realized I was seeing something I hadn't seen yet. I remember getting up out of bed and walking toward the window of all places. My house was usually filled with nighttime sounds. The buzz from the TV that was turned on but probably on a black screen by now. Our dogs faintly snoring. Sounds like that. Before the light, you could hear those sounds. And then somehow, the light brought with it a blanket of silence. So yes, I was curious. What was this light? Before reaching the window, it was my mother's voice I could hear. She was saying my name. No, she was screaming it from behind. Suddenly, she's swooping me up, away from the window, away from the light. She ran me through the house, and I could see this bright light shining through every single window, brightest in the living room, as we had a large front window, which sat behind the couch. Our dogs were following in tow. My mother hadn't stopped running me through the house long enough to see anything except for the light. She told me to cover my ears, but I didn't know why. I couldn't hear anything, but she looked like she was in pain. She was holding me, so she couldn't cover her ears. I remember cupping her ears. Eventually, we ended up in the master bathroom. Mother shuts the door, but before doing so, she grabs the corded phone on her nightstand and brings it into the bathroom with us. She's frantically dialing someone, and as she does, I'm drawn to the window just above the shower in her bathroom. The light, it's so intense. For the first time, I can see it's changing colors. It goes from being blinding white to blinding blue, like some sort of police lights, but missing the red. I hear my mom telling someone over the phone that these lights have been surrounding our house for several minutes. She tells whoever that she saw it before the lights came on, and that it was silent and huge. She asks the person, "Can't you hear that? Can you hear that sound?" That's the sound it started making when it turned its lights on. "I can't see it anymore," she says. "Only the lights." My mother's now listening to someone on the other end, to which she responds, "No, it's not a plane," and then asks, "Are you sure you aren't getting any other reports of this? The object, it's huge, and it's incredibly bright. Please, can you have someone just come take a look?" After several moments of back and forth, my mother eventually hangs up the phone. We sit in real silence for several moments. She messes with her ears some more, and I still wonder what she can hear and why I can't hear it too. The phone rings. My mother answers it, and I can tell it's someone familiar, but I wasn't the kid to interrupt while she spoke to someone. She asks over and over, "Yeah, but what is it?" Finally, she says, "But Terry, it's huge, and I could see it before all the lights happened." Terry's my uncle. "A UFO?" my mother shrieks. I didn't know the term, and I wouldn't learn it until the following Monday at school. We stayed in the bathroom for what seemed like forever. I remember sitting in the bathtub, looking up at the lights, still bright, still changing. I actually don't remember leaving the bathroom. I do remember when everything went dark, though. I must have fallen asleep because the darkness woke me up. I was now laying in my mother's bed, her laying next to me. She was awake, and she tells me to go back to sleep. Everything's fine. Just a bad dream, she says. It wasn't a dream, though. She said this to try to resolve any unsettling feelings I must have had, but her telling me it was a dream somehow scared me more. I looked at her bedside table. The phone was still stretched all the way to the bathroom. It wasn't a dream. She may have convinced me if I hadn't gone to school Monday and at least 3 other kids having similar tales to tell. Our teacher even referenced the movie E.T. while talking to another teacher. A couple of kids overheard and asked if we could watch the movie. We didn't, but I asked my mom about it. The movie, that is. And even that, she didn't want to talk about. I came to the conclusion at a very young age, I saw something wild. Or more so, experienced something wild because all I really saw were bright lights. My mother, on the other hand, saw something far more. Something that she made some sort of silent agreement with herself not to indulge. She passed away in 2009, never really sharing her thoughts on the matter, ignoring it almost entirely. Sometimes, I really do wish I could do the same. Unfortunately, I am forever curious about what goes on up there in the sky. What exactly were those lights? The sound, or the lack of sound? I don't know. I never knew what a doppelganger was until someone that I was friends with tried to tell me that Lindsay Lohan was her official doppelganger. Even then, I thought it was like a trend, just a weird name that people were giving lookalikes. Didn't think it was scary. Didn't think much of it, honestly. Until I was about 22, so just under 10 years ago. I just moved out of my parents' house the year before and had been living with 2 friends in the downtown Seattle area, close to where we were all raised. This area was busy during the summertime. It's like when the sun comes out in Seattle, people finally leave their homes, all at once, and they just stay there, crowding up the streets with their seasonal joy, myself included. My friends and I had been drinking and eating most of the day at the Ballard Seafood Festival. When festivals like these happen, oftentimes they close off 1 or 2 relatively main streets to cars, and they open them up to pedestrians. At each end of the streets, you can find portable bathrooms, the porta potties. We'd made our way to the far end and decided that before circling back, we'd use the restrooms. On our way to do so, I see a friend working one of the vendor booths, so I stop to chat for a minute. My other 2 friends continue to the bathrooms. After saying goodbye to my friend, I too head that way. But, and I don't know how else to say this, but I felt suddenly like someone was gonna hurt me. At the very least, someone was intently watching me. Surrounded by probably hundreds of people, I realize no one's looking at me. So what is this feeling? But then, straight ahead, an almost perfect view from an almost perfect separation of the crowd, I see myself. I'm standing in front of me, and I have no idea what the fuck is going on. My shorts, my shirt, my fucking face. Looking at this person, me, it's making me physically ill, but I can't look away. I do the weirdest thing I've ever done in public, maybe, and I just stand there and close my eyes. I'm hoping that they're gone when I open them. They are. They're gone. I stumble over to a large tree. It's off to the side of the bathrooms. I lean against the tree and I try to catch my breath. Because for some reason, I'm out of breath, but I'm filled with that feeling again. It's like dread or something. It's telling me to move. Not with words exactly, but I know somehow I should move. And the moment that I do, a motorcycle comes flying through the pedestrian barricade and slams into the exact tree I was just leaning against. Plastic shards rip off the bike and onto the street, into the air. I feel bits bounce off of my arms as I shield my face. Standing there in shock, I realize this guy needs help, but I can't bring myself to move. I watch as several people grab the man and his bike. People are grabbing me, asking if I'm okay, but I can't speak. I hear 2 familiar voices, and it's my friends. They are freaking out, asking me what the hell happened. They get the story from the people around me. I'm just watching these people help this guy on the ground, and all I can think is, he's alive. That's good. I slowly start to walk away, and my friends follow, asking me things I can't answer or even comprehend. I make my way to the bathroom. I still have to pee. They stop with their accident questions and switch gears. Wait, why are you going to the bathrooms? Didn't you literally just do that? No, I say. The accident, remember? Well, yeah, but you came out of the bathrooms, right as Kelly did? No, I didn't. That's how we knew that you'd be over here, remember? No, I don't. You told us to meet you by the big tree next to the comic book store. So it wasn't just me that saw me. Everyone saw me. My friends, they talked to me. Probably the worst thing to come out of this is that it showed me that my friends kind of suck. They didn't believe that it wasn't me that they talked to. And as much as I get that, it also hurt a lot at the time. Kind of still does, to be honest. Best thing to come out of it? Either my doppelganger was trying to kill me and failed, or somehow they were trying to save my life. And I'm okay not knowing which one it truly was. I woke up last night and saw my dog waiting outside the door to be let in. But my dog was laying right next to me. Last night, I was sleeping on the couch because of an ant problem in my room. My dog is very clingy, so he never left my side that night. I woke up around 4 or 5 a.m. while it was still dark, and I saw my dog outside, sitting, peering at me through the glass door. I looked down. My dog is still laying by my side. No, I was not half asleep. I was fully awake. It was like a mirror reflection of what my dog looks like. It wasn't a fleeting image, corner of your eye type deal. It was there for a few minutes. At the same time, I hear what sounds like my mother, moving stuff around in other rooms. I called out to her, but no answer. She later tells me she was not awake. For some background info, I'm always watching horror movies, paranormal investigations. Doors are constantly being opened. I also cleanse my house very frequently, but I hadn't for a few weeks. I went back to sleep because this certainly wasn't my first or worst rodeo with the paranormal. But I was curious if anyone might know what exactly kind of entity that may have been, or if you've heard of anything similar. Just thought this might be interesting. In '98, I was 10 and living with my family in Illinois. Dad moved us there after Mom died, and he remained a few years later. At the time this story took place, it was just the three of us and my baby sister. We had a nice house in a nice neighborhood. The backyard was closed in by an 8-foot privacy fence, and we had a large metal shed in the middle. One night, around 11 p.m., my dad and stepmom were watching TV in their room. The baby was sleeping in the nursery, and I was playing Nintendo 64 in my room. The master bedroom had sliding doors to a balcony which overlooked the backyard, and from bed, Dad could see out of them perfectly. My window also faced the same direction, and I could also see mine from where I sat playing. Suddenly, a bright purple flash illuminated the sky. It looked exactly like lightning. If nothing would have happened afterwards, there would have been no question that's exactly what it was. My window was cracked open, and worried about rain, I paused my game to close it. But as I got closer, a new light appeared out of the darkness. It was like a new star appeared, except this one was much brighter and had an almost purple tint to it. The light was only solid for a single instant, then it began to flicker and move in a distressed pattern. I'm not sure how else to describe this part. It was kind of like a bug that had a bad wing. You know how it kind of spirals as it slowly descends until it finally crashes? It was oddly identical to that, only the descent was much faster. I would lose sight of it when the light flickered off, but then it would reveal itself with another flash. When it was low enough to see the shape, it reminded me of a large egg laying on its side. It wasn't very big. I doubt a grown man could have fit inside, maybe a woman or a child. That was about the time I realized it was going to crash really close to us. and I ran upstairs for my dad. He and my stepmom were watching from their balcony. I started to ask him what it was, but when he turned towards me, I saw how frightened he looked. He sent me downstairs to lock my window and check the others while my stepmom got my sister from the nursery. I had gotten too scared and ran before seeing where it actually landed, but when I locked my window, I saw one last flash of light flicker behind the shed. Then there was a bang that sounded like a gunshot. I didn't even check the other windows or doors. I just ran back upstairs where my sister was now asleep in her car seat inside the master closet. All the lights were off, and my stepmom was watching out the balcony door while on the phone with 911. Dad was loading his shotgun and, without looking up, told me to get in the closet with my sister. I didn't want to, but I had never heard him use that tone before. I got into the closet without saying a word and crawled beneath a pile of clothes. I know it sounds horrible, but I was still jealous of having a new baby in the house. Part of me hoped that whatever came would just take her and not notice me. I'm not sure how long I had been there when I heard my stepmom scream, but Dad shushed her right away. And I didn't hear another sound until they got us out of the closet hours later. I'm not sure how long we were actually there, but it wasn't daylight yet. I was told that a weather balloon had landed behind our shed, and then the police came to take it away. But I never believed that story. I didn't even know what a weather balloon was, but I knew Dad was lying. I tried asking about it a few times over the years, but I got a different story until a few days ago. I didn't really expect to tell anyone else, but I just can't let this thing go, and I don't have anyone else to talk to. Dad just got divorced, and he's been staying with me while his wife moves out. This last weekend is when the paperwork was finalized, so he got pretty drunk, and I seized an opportunity. This mystery has plagued me for 25 years, and I just wanted a real answer. Or I thought I did. Now I actually kind of regret knowing. When my stepmom screamed, it was because she saw some kind of mutated creature peek out from behind the shed. It had a weirdly shaped head, large hands, but tiny arms. And it was the size of a child. When she screamed, it looked right at her and ducked back behind the shed. But before it went, it blinked sideways, meaning its eyelids closed to a vertical slit instead of horizontal like ours. She and Dad both saw it. That bang that I had heard, it was some kind of mini implosion. We couldn't see it because of the shed, but it left a small crater where the object seemed to have collapsed in on itself. Nothing was left except for a small hole and a few scorch marks. But one of the things that frightened Dad the most was how quick the government covered it up. Real police were only there for a few minutes, and they refused to go into the backyard. They said that their orders were to only secure the location. Then, a bunch of feds showed up and sent the officers away. A few of them stayed inside to conduct their interviews, well away from any windows, while a bunch of people in hazmats erased any trace of whatever had landed in our yard. They said filling the hole in now was a safety measure provided by our tax dollars. Dad claimed that I had been asleep through the whole event. He said something about the whole thing seemed wrong, like we were one wrong answer away from disappearing ourselves. He and my stepmom never said a word about the creature to the feds, only that they saw some kind of meteor land behind the shed. This seemed to make the government men happy, and once their business in our yard was concluded, they left without any issue and didn't contact us again. The next morning, Dad went out to look at the yard and found no evidence that anything had occurred at all. He would have sounded crazy if he tried to tell anyone. We kept a closer eye on the sky after that, but other than the few times I tried asking for the truth, the whole thing might as well have been a dream. So, I saw something tonight in the sky I can't wrap my head around. I was standing out in my driveway smoking a cigarette, talking to my girlfriend on the phone. when I noticed 3 lights clustered in the sky, 2 red and 1 bright blue. Didn't think much about it because I live near an airport. I just thought that it was a plane or something. And then I realized it wasn't moving, and there was no sound. I said something about it to my girlfriend, who cracked a joke about, if it's aliens, you're not allowed to get abducted while you're on the phone with me. Then, suddenly, the object moved in a very fast line for about 2 seconds, paused, then raced off in another direction, and went behind the tree line and out of view, but only for a few seconds, then zipped back into view and remained stationary for a few more seconds, maybe a minute, then began moving rapidly, before finally going behind the tree line, and it didn't reappear. I have no idea what it was. A drone, maybe. I do live a few hours from an Air Force base, so maybe an experimental military craft. As much as I would love for it to be aliens, I'm skeptical and rational enough not to rush to any conclusions, but what are your thoughts? Update. So I saw it again. Same thing, 3 lights in the sky. So I sort of followed it to see if I could confirm maybe it was a drone. As I followed it, I realized it was far away. Much too far for a drone, much too quiet for an airplane. Its rapid movements were unsettling, to say the least. I was tempted to call my girlfriend, but was pretty sure this was just a joke to her. I'm not saying it's anything serious, but it's not normal. I've just got to know. Has anyone else seen these lights? What are they? By now, I've been a trucker for longer than I can rightly remember, hauling goods from one corner of this great country to the other. This story is about the night I saw something peculiar up in the skies. It was a moonless, dark night on a lonesome stretch of highway that us truckers know all too well. I was hauling a load of who knows what towards the Midwest, feeling the weight of the world on my shoulders at the time. The radio buzzed with chatter as usual, but otherwise, it was a silent night. As I cruised along, I couldn't help but notice something mighty strange. Out of the corner of my eye, I caught a glimpse of something in the sky. When I looked, something moving in a way that no plane ever could. It was like a firefly on steroids, dancing and zipping through the sky. I squinted my eyes, figuring it was my tired mind playing tricks on me. But I couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, like I was catching a glimpse into a world I wasn't meant to see. And it hadn't disappeared right away like things may, had I just been seeing it wrong. The strangest part, though, was how danged silent it all was. I turned down the radio, rolled my windows down. Sure didn't sound like a plane. I could hear my rig, but I heard nothing outside of that. No rumbling of engines, no screeching, nothing. Nothing but the sound of my own truck and my own breathing. Yet it danced in the sky. It was enough to give this full-grown man the heebie-jeebies. But then, all of a sudden, the thing touched down, like a mile or so ahead of me. I nearly choked on my coffee. It was like a burst of light, illuminating the darkness. For a moment, time stood still. My heart slammed against my chest as I watched it shoot back up into the sky with unnatural speed. I blinked once, twice, hoping my eyes hadn't betrayed me. But I could still see the residue of light from where it had just been, until that was gone too. There I was, alone, on the deserted highway, quivering in my seat. That eerie feeling of being watched crept up my spine, and I couldn't shake it. I swear I could almost hear something beckoning me to come closer to what I'd seen. I rolled up my windows, turned up the radio, and I sure as heck didn't stick around to find out anything else, tell you that much. I stomped on the gas, putting as much distance between me and that spot as my old rig could muster. The whole way to my destination, fear gnawing at me like a damn rat. Was it something otherworldly, or just a trick of the mind? Now, you can call me crazy or a liar, but there's something out there, something we can't rightfully explain. The world's a mysterious place, and sometimes it shows us just how small or insignificant we are. So the next time you find yourself on a desolate stretch of road, keep your eyes peeled and your wits about you. You never know what you'll run into out there. This happened to my aunt in the 80s. It started with her having this weird dream, one about being abducted and medically tested inside of a UFO, the classic alien abduction nightmare. She remembered medical instruments near her face. That part was very vivid. But when she woke up with no pain, she thought nothing more of it. Except a few days later, she goes in for a routine dental appointment and gets x-rays. Then, the dentist shows her the x-ray images, and though it's clear from the images themselves, he tells her that there seems to be something under one of her molars. At first, I was skeptical hearing the story. Even though I knew my aunt had no reason to lie to me, I'd just never been much of a believer in anything supernatural or odd. But I shit you not, more than a decade later, I saw the x-rays myself. It's clear from the initial x-ray that something was there, something I assumed to be metal, rectangular, almost tubular in shape, just sitting under one of her molars. Back then, she told me that she got a copy of the x-rays just in case someone she cared about didn't believe her, or if something happened to her. She said keeping them around made her feel validated and grounded to earth in some way. After she got her x-rays, a few other dentists took a look at them too, even taking additional x-rays at the request of my aunt. They all witnessed the same anomaly. There are many witnesses if you include my own family, my mother, my grandmother. Once I'd seen for myself, no one could convince me that it wasn't real. Trust me, something was there. Anyway, her original dentist decides that they have to take it out, at least biopsy it, verify that it's not cancerous. They make an appointment to do just that, something close to a week later. She wasn't in any sort of discomfort at the time, which both the dentist and my aunt found odd, but considered it all the more reason to investigate. My aunt says it was during this week that she had the same dream, again, 2 nights before returning to the dentist. Medical instruments around her face, blinding white light, followed by dizzying blackness. She still felt no pain, but she couldn't dismiss the similarities between the two experiences. She describes being anxious but incredibly eager for her dental appointment at this time. She said she knew something would be different. Nearly a week later, they finally get to the appointment, and it begins with new x-rays. Here's where, in my mind, it gets even weirder. They find nothing. The dentist takes another x-ray for good measure. Nothing. Gone. I saw that x-ray too. Nothing there. I get it. Some of you are thinking that this could be explained, and honestly, I would love to hear it. Of course, it seems unlikely that the dreams were real, that some alien left something under my aunt's tooth, then retrieved it when they found out it was going to be removed by a human dentist. There are possibly many explanations that I have yet to think of, or maybe it's even one of the ones I have thought of. Maybe something in the x-ray machine went wrong, or anywhere else in the process of obtaining the image. Perhaps her molar had an abnormal shape. Could be, though I think between multiple dentists, they would be able to explain that, and they couldn't. I honestly don't know. I do know that it was like nothing I'd ever personally seen, not even when scouring the internet these days. For probably obvious reasons, my aunt doesn't want her pictures online, or even on her own computer. I doubt she'd be okay with me taking a photo for the world to see, but it's not going to stop me from asking her the next time I visit her neck of the woods. I guess it's the only thing I've ever experienced that I can't explain. Even if it was secondhand, I can't properly explain it, so I thought it was worth sharing. Thanks for reading. This was about 16 years ago. It was just another early morning shift for me at the post office. I was lost in my own thoughts, methodically sorting through the letters and parcels, when something caught my attention from the corner of my eye, just outside the window. I glanced up, expecting to see a stray dog or perhaps a coworker coming in early. But what I saw left me frozen in place. There, hovering against a pre-dawn sky, just a few feet off the ground, was a sight that defied explanation. A shining, metallic object, sleek and, for lack of a better word, otherworldly. At the time, it could only be described as looking like something out of a science fiction movie. Suspended in the air, emitting this glow. Maybe nowadays people could try to shape their drones like this, but the object, its shape seemed to shift and shimmer. Something I don't even think holographic paint could accomplish. The object seemed to be casting an ethereal glow, unlike anything I'd ever seen in the sky or otherwise. I couldn't tear my eyes away from it. The feeling of awe, the tinge of fear, but mostly the sense of wonder was all washing over me, all as I tried to comprehend what I was actually seeing. I was so distracted by its iridescent glow, its sleek and oval shape. How long had I been standing there, transfixed by this seemingly impossible thing? It felt really hard to tell. Time seemed to stand still as I watched the object hang in the air, its presence slightly unsettling yet amazing. I searched frantically for any sort of wires or string, something to indicate that this was fabricated by a human as a joke, a prop, but I came up short and instead found myself just mesmerized by the thing. But as I continued to stare, a deep sense of unease crept over me. I shouldn't be here, repeated in my mind, but it didn't even seem to be my own thought. The sheer impossibility of what was happening, what I was witnessing. It gnawed at my mind as a chill ran down my spine. That's when I realized that moving or simply looking away wasn't that simple. I found myself trying hard, only I couldn't take my eyes away. But my hands, I could move those. I fumbled across the desk with my hands, searching for my phone, desperate to capture some sort of evidence of this object. But as quickly as I'd started moving, and as quickly as it had seemed to appear, it vanished. One moment it was there, a silent but obvious object in the sky, and the next it had vanished without a trace. I felt a surge of disorientation, maybe disbelief, my heart racing in my chest, and for the next hour or so, I had to keep retelling myself what had happened. It was like the memory wanted to disappear, like a dream. The rest of the day, my thoughts were consumed by the encounter. I couldn't shake that feeling that had seized me during those moments, the lingering sense that something unknowable was hovering just beyond the walls of the post office. Days turned into weeks, and then still, to this day, I find myself scanning the skies at every opportunity, half hoping for another glimpse and half dreading the possibility of encountering something again. For the last week and a half, I've been noticing little things happening, but now it's starting to get to me. It started with watching videos or TV. I will be watching, no buffering or high Wi-Fi points, etc. And then whatever has been said on whatever I'm watching will repeat itself with no issue, and then carry on. For example, I was watching a video, and the girl in the video said, "I don't know what's going on, but I don't like it." She took a breath and then said the exact same thing again, word for word, exactly as she just did. When this first happened, I thought nothing of it, but then it started happening on my phone too. I started rewinding videos and restarting movies to see if it was uploaded that way accidentally, but they were all normal. I tried to brush it off, but a couple of days ago it started happening while talking to people. I will be talking to someone, and then they will repeat what they said, exactly the same as if they didn't just say it. At first, I could try to logic my way out of this weird occurrence happening while watching YouTube or Netflix, but now I don't know how to logic my way out of people speaking to me face to face. When I ask them why they said it again, they're adamant that they didn't. I've asked the people I live with if they're experiencing this, but no one has. I started mouthing the end of sentences when it happens, and they look at me as if I'm batshit crazy. But to me, they literally just said and did the exact same thing only moments ago. No idea what's going on. Only moments ago. No idea what's going on. Late last night, I was smoking a cigarette on my back deck. The sky was clear, the stars were bright, everything was normal. Then a small, bright green light suddenly shot through the sky and fell to the ground somewhere in the forest behind my house. I couldn't believe my eyes. I stood there wondering how much people paid for meteorites, how hard it would be to break into pieces. I was already thinking about little meteor earrings and keychains, along with what name I would use on Etsy. I thought they'd for sure sell like hotcakes. Once your mind starts adding up pretend money, it gets really easy to explain away any hurdles. That weird green light I saw? That was merely the color of flame that crash-landing space rocks always produce. Nothing more. I tell myself. Had it been daytime, or if I hadn't been alone or terrified of the dark forest, I probably would have gone looking for it right that minute. But I decided to wait for morning. I don't have any neighbors, and it was already close to 1 a.m. I saw no risk in letting it cool for a few hours. After making a mental note of the direction it landed, I went inside and excitedly finished preparing for bed. But it was useless. I tossed and turned for almost 2 hours before accepting that I was too excited to sleep. It was almost 4 by then, so I went to make some coffee while scouring eBay and Etsy for other meteorite sellers. Had I thought to do that from the start, I probably would have gotten some sleep. I'm not sure why I believed that prices would be so much higher, but I was way off the mark. It was still worth doing, but it wasn't the cash cow I'd worked myself up to thinking it would be. After finishing my coffee, I placed my mug in the sink and stood looking out the kitchen window for a moment, just lost in thought. It faces the back deck in the spot where I was planning to enter the forest. As I was turning away, I saw movement behind the tree line. It made me realize that I hadn't thought about the fact that I might run into a bear. I tried to locate the source of movement, but it was still too dark to see well. There was only enough light to make out the most basic shapes and shadows through the dense overgrowth, but that was enough. I almost gave up at one point. But thank God I didn't. I still can't think about how close I was to going out there without having a full-blown panic attack. I feel crazy insisting that this thing could have been human, but something was moving through the forest, just on the other side of the tree line. It moved as freely and smoothly as if it had been walking through my backyard. It never stumbled or paused to move around obstructions. It just kept going, as if it were passing straight through the overgrowth. And it was tall. Oh my God, it was so tall. It had to be well over 7 feet, if not more. And thin, too. Unnaturally thin. Had there been more light, I feel like I could have seen every bone in its body. It was definitely walking on 2 legs, and I think it had 2 long arms, but again, it was just too hard to see to be certain. Its flesh, or whatever covers its body, was as white as the bones I should have been able to see. I only saw it from a side profile, but if it had a nose, it was so small you couldn't see it from that angle. It just kept walking, straight past my house without stopping or looking around, and once it was out of sight, I didn't see it again. Of course, I didn't go looking for it either. I knew that no one would believe me. I would sound like a lunatic if I tried to call the police or tell my friends. So I closed all the blinds, didn't leave my house for 3 days. I've lived here for almost 20 years. I've never seen or experienced anything remotely close to this before now. The entire story sounds like the ramblings of a drug addict or the beginning of one losing their mind. But I haven't so much as smoked weed in over 10 years, and I've never touched any other drugs in my life. As far as being senile, well, I'm getting old, but I'm not even 50 yet, so what does that leave? I feel like the creature and the thing falling from the sky, they could have been connected, right? Because what are the odds that they aren't? What are the chances that both impossible things just so happen to occur within a few hours of each other? I hate to actually come out and say it, but the only explanation I can think of is that an alien crashed its ship near my house. However, I would really like if that weren't the case, so any alternative theories would be greatly appreciated. Seriously, any at all. On a beautiful August afternoon in 2006, I decided to take a drive or cruise around town. I left the house, turned north onto the main street through downtown. I had to stop at one of several lights on that street. I was living in a small town in southeast New Mexico at that moment. It was around 12:47 in the afternoon. I sat and I waited for the stoplight to change to green. I caught sight of a plane out of the right side of my peripheral. I was seeing it through the front windshield of the truck and saw that it was a white plane. It looked like a huge commercial jet. I knew that there was no place in the small town to land a plane of that size and figured it was probably descending towards Roswell, which is about 70 miles north, and Roswell does have longer runways to accommodate larger planes. As the plane flew north, it appeared to be descending more, and I did get to see the underside of the plane, and it looked like it was black, like a space shuttle. I mean, that's what it reminded me of. I don't know how long I saw it for, but a stoplight would usually run 45 seconds to a minute to change over. As it almost disappeared into the horizon, it did something I did not expect it to. As if seeing a large plane descending over the east side of that town was not weird enough, I saw the plane explode into a huge fireball with black smoke that quickly turned gray. I quickly turned right and headed back home. I turned on the television to see if anything was said about it. I also got right on the internet. The rest of that Saturday afternoon and night I spent with my eyes and ears glued to the news. I didn't hear a thing about it. Next day, I purchased every newspaper and continued watching the news. Nothing. I told my family, I told my coworkers on Monday, and as hard as it was to believe, no one really believed me. I spent months afterwards looking at the news, newspapers, doing web searches for anything related on that sighting, and nothing. It drove me mad because I know that I could not have been the only person to have seen it. It was a beautiful, mostly sunny sky that day. First weekend after the first week of school starting. Many people were out that day. I felt like a fool for telling so many people what I saw that afternoon, but I thought I was losing my sanity. I questioned it, but I know what I saw, and I don't know what to make of it. I talked to 2 friends about weird things that have happened to us, and after a while, they hesitantly relayed this story with the expectation I would call them crazy. They work in the social field, have no mental illness, are near their 30s, and are generally not into these kind of events, nor spiritual or esoteric type stuff. They never called themselves time travelers, but what do you call it? It happened in a small town in the middle of Germany last summer. They were eating Holzergrütze in the town center in the middle of the day. Suddenly, they had clothes on that would date them back to the mid-late 19th century. They were still in the same spot, but everything looked 19th century. With people riding horse-drawn carriage, women with big hats with decorations and petticoat-type dresses in washed-out pink tones. The street and marketplace were cobblestone. This event only lasted a few seconds, according to them, and nothing like this ever happened before or again. They described no weird feeling, just a flash. They were there and back. It wasn't a big, flashy story, but that's the reason I was intrigued by it. I hope you have some ideas of what happened or explanations that can clarify what happened. Are there any other similar experiences? In college, my best friend and I frequently went from Alabama to Atlanta, Georgia, to shop and visit Six Flags. One time, we were driving back after midnight, and we'd just left Noonan, Georgia on I-85 when we got hungry. It's a long stretch of nothing out there. So we just turned off at the next exit when we saw a Wendy's sign. We went across the bridge, but we didn't see a Wendy's, so we kept driving. We lost track of time while talking for 20 minutes, and that's when we realized there was no restaurant out there. The road suddenly bent to the right, came to a stop at a T intersection. The sign said I-85 was to the right, so that's the direction we went. We were planning to go get food at the next exit, but 5 minutes down the road, we saw an empty gas station and Wendy's. We also needed gas, so we went there first. And another vehicle pulled up at the gas pump across from ours. An old man got out, froze, and stared at me in silent horror as I pumped gas. He managed to finish his business before me and left quickly. My soul shivered, but I filled the tank. I pulled into the Wendy's drive-thru. The server sounded like a tired robot and also stared at us like an unblinking zombie. We got our food and couldn't wait to leave, but just before driving off, I looked at the gas station, and the same creepy man was back in the same spot. He was staring at us, completely silent and still. We drove off quickly, following a sign towards the interstate, but eventually it felt like we'd been driving for too long without finding it. We decided to turn back and retrace our route to Wendy's. It wasn't long at all before we reached the place where it should be, but it was gone, and so was the gas station. This time, we turned left at the T intersection, and we made it to the interstate just fine. We ate our ghost Wendy's in silence. We were halfway home before anyone had the gumption to talk about what had happened. On December 29th, 2022, I was traveling from Santa Barbara to a small town in the middle of Nevada. Pending how late it was, I'd either stop for the night or continue towards home. There were 4 people in the car, and 3 of us saw a lady with a pale white face and dark, scraggly hair extending past her shoulders. She was wearing normal-looking, clean clothes. But the thing that freaked us out was the fact that she had no face. The 3 of us who saw her are 100% sure that she did not have a face. It was almost 6 a.m. The sun hadn't risen yet. Suddenly, the fog began closing in, and we started seeing weird road signs that made no sense. They appeared more and more frequently until they were only 5 feet apart. This might be related to the faceless woman, or maybe it wasn't. I don't remember the actual road, so I'm not sure if those signs were in our world or if we were in theirs. I'm sorry there isn't much detail, but I'm sure I wasn't asleep. I was far too anxious to sleep, and we were only a few minutes away from our Airbnb. This happened when I was 5, and I'm in my 30s now. It's been a long time, but I can remember it like yesterday. That's how much it terrified me. I woke to being pulled from bed, and a weird greenish white light illuminating my room, while a robotic yet angelic voice filled my head, saying they came to take me away. I was confused, and I tried to look back, but they kept pushing me forward. Then, like it never happened, I was suddenly back in bed, facing the wall. I stayed that way, too terrified to roll over. I know it happened, but it was gone with the snap of a finger, like waking from a dream. I'm not sure if it's connected, but after playing outside, I noticed a weird tiny shard in my toe. It looked like a shard from a broken beer bottle, but I had no cuts. I removed it years later. It was soft and bendy. I've seen tons of UFOs where I grew up. I saw one zigzag across the sky very fast before disappearing. On another occasion, I watched a big, round object that resembled a Christmas tree bulb rotate in the sky. It turned in different directions and shot off in the blink of an eye. I've also experienced some weird time lapses. One night during summer vacation, I was watching TV when I turned to look out the window and back again. It happened in a split second. Only a different program was on the TV, and suddenly it was daylight. A year later, I had another weird experience like the first one. I was paralyzed, and that weird green light was back, along with the robotic yet angelic voice in my head. Then I woke up. I'm not sure if Andy is what it said, but that's what it sounded like. I don't expect anyone to believe this, but I wanted to share it anyway. So, did our 2-year-old daughter glitch, or am I just living in her origin story? So, I actually have 2 glitches which involve her. Naturally, I'm starting with the first, and then I'll get on to the second. The first glitch. This happened about 8 weeks ago. It was past bedtime, and I could hear her, my daughter, awake in her bedroom, which she shares with her 4-year-old brother. This isn't unusual, and they're really cute when they play and chat at night, so no big deal, right? I walked up the stairs, and I could hear their little chatting and giggles, so I decided to pop in and see if they needed anything and remind them it's sleep time. I stepped over the safety gate, so I was inside their bedroom, but only about 1 step inside. The hall light was on, and it lit up their bedroom. My son is in the left bed. My daughter is in the right. I say something like, "What are you two up to?" And they sheepishly tell me they're playing. My eyes adjust, and I can see my son in his bed and my daughter in hers. I can see them moving and getting comfortable as we chat. The light is low, but enough to see the shapes of them, the reflection in their eyes, and their bedroom floor, which is a narrow gap between their beds. We chat for about 3 minutes, and I ask them if they need anything. I clearly hear my daughter's voice answering me from her bed. As we're talking, I feel something brush the back of my leg. I didn't even look to check because we have cats, and those little devils follow me everywhere. One must have jumped over the safety gate and was coming to see if anything interesting was going on. Something felt a bit weird, though, and after maybe 5 seconds, I realized I hadn't heard the gate rattle. It always does that when a cat jumps over it. The cheeky little fur demon must have snuck in when I put them to bed, and it's probably why the kids are awake and giggling. I turned and I looked at the small gap behind me, expecting to see a little black cat. And I shit you not, my 2-year-old daughter is standing there. I was so shocked, I said to her, "How did you get there?" And that little girl just starts giggling her little butt off. Like, hysterically giggling. I start nervously laughing. I say, "You were just in bed. Did you just teleport, little miss?" And we all start laughing. I'm persistent and I ask a few more times, "How did you get behind me?" But she doesn't answer me. Just keeps giggling sweetly. I ask her brother, "How did she do that?" And he just carries on laughing. I even say, "What's going on here? What are we all laughing about?" But neither can answer, and I'm baffled. After a minute or two, I say something like, "All right, super baby, let's get you back to bed." I tuck them back in, I close the door behind me. Totally freaked out, but not scared or anything. Just confusion. I feel like I just looked up and the sky was green. Now, I'd been looking at her, in bed. I was talking to her. I could hear her voice coming from her bed. I didn't see her get out of bed. I didn't see her walk towards me, down the thin strip of floor space. I didn't hear her footsteps on the floor. She didn't make a peep of noise. It was like she just appeared. I told my partner, and together we tried to figure it out, but it felt like something impossible had happened. Eventually, he just said, "Glitch?" And here I am. The second one, this happened not long after the first event, maybe 10 or 20 days later. It was close enough that the moment it happened, I instantly thought, "Not again," in a kind of acceptance way. It was long past bedtime for them, probably just after midnight. They'd gone to bed on time, and I hadn't heard a peep from them. I let my dog into the back garden to do her thing, and I started walking down my garden to a chair that we have on the far end. It was dark by this time, but the moon was out, so I could see well enough. I got halfway down the garden and turned to look at my house, instinctively looked up at their window. The light of the moon was hitting the window in a way which made the glass look kind of white, even though their blinds were closed. But I didn't just see the blinds in the window. I saw my daughter's silhouette, standing on the windowsill. I can remember it as clearly as anything, like a flashbulb memory. It was a completely black silhouette, her size and shape, hands up to the glass. I couldn't make out any details or features. I recognized it was my daughter because of the size, but At this point, I just knew there was a kid up in the window, and I ran like shit upstairs. I rushed into their room and flicked the main light on straight away. I'd already started talking and blurted out a word like, "Hey," about to ask her what on earth she was doing. But I stopped in my tracks. Both the kids are in their beds. I figured she jumped down quickly and was pretending to be asleep. I actually walk up to her and try talking again, but this kid is fast asleep. If you've ever seen a young child in a deep sleep, it isn't something they can fake. Slightly sweating, pink cheeks, sprawled out like a dead weight. I'm so shocked now, because I'm so certain of what I saw. I checked my son, even though I knew it couldn't logically be him, but he was sleeping deeply too. I just back out of their room feeling pretty flabbergasted. This time, I definitely got creeped out a bit, along with the familiar confusion and disbelief. I went back outside and checked. The window was lit up the exact same way, only no weird toddler figure looking at me. I was homeless in my 20s thanks to a gambling addiction, but then I found a job cleaning up at an old bar in the middle of nowhere. It was the perfect place to avoid the casino's call. There were only 5 or 6 customers at any given time, and they were all too old and drunk to cause any trouble. That being said, I'm not sure how the place stayed open, but I got paid and that's all that mattered. They closed at 2 a.m., and I would sweep up after starting the dishwasher. Eventually, I was trusted to close up on my own, so I started taking sponge baths in the bathroom sink, and I would smoke a few cigarettes out back before crashing behind the counter. I was in full survival mode. The back area was just a miles-long grass field with a forest at the other end. Nothing special. Sometimes I would lay on the ground and look up at the stars while I smoked and daydreamed. I didn't know which were stars or planets or where any of the constellations were, but that didn't make it any less serene. It actually became my favorite part of each day. Then one night I had an experience that made me terrified of being outside at night. What I thought to be a shooting star streaked across the sky, then came to a sudden halt and began emitting a soft green glow. It only sat motionless for a minute before moving again, and this time it was coming towards me. It grew bigger, little by little, until coming to another stop. I can't tell how high it was, but it looked like it was hovering directly over the back of the field. Next, the light started getting brighter until it hurt my eyes. I tried looking away, but I could still see the pale green light even through my eyelids. It made me dizzy, and I must have passed out because I only remember flashes after that. When I next opened my eyes, I was still on the ground, and 3 tall gray beings were standing over me. They were humanoid in shape, but very different in appearance. Their heads were huge, with big, bulbous black eyes, straight out of something from an old sci-fi movie. And they only had small slits for nostrils and mouths. Before I could even register more or even comprehend my situation, everything went black. The next time I regained consciousness, I was lying on something cold and metallic inside of a white room. Or maybe the lights were so bright it only looked white. I can't be sure. It's almost like a fever dream. Then a voice began to speak in my mind, telling me to sleep, and the world went black yet again. There was also a flash of being taken back into the bar. I have the vaguest memory of being carried up the porch steps, the sound of padded feet on the wooden deck. The final time I woke, it was 9 a.m., and I was in my sleeping bag behind the counter. my head hurt like the worst hangover of my life, and I spent 10 minutes in the bathroom, puking up a bunch of thick, clear liquid. I was still nauseous for most of the day afterwards, but there was no more mystery fluid spewing out of me. That night, when I cleaned myself, there were small, quarter-sized bruises on my chest, abdomen, thighs, and biceps. They were sore to the touch, but faded a few days later, along with the random dizziness that would suddenly overtake me. There was nowhere I could go. I had to continue working at the bar for another 6 months before I could buy a car and get out of the backwoods. But I never smoked after dark again. I don't know what the hell happened to me in that field, and I honestly don't want to know. I just don't think my mind would recover if I knew everything. This is the first time I've even thought about it in over 15 years, and I just couldn't stop, so I decided to share the experience. I have a life with a real family and a good job now. I didn't feel comfortable telling any of them about my ordeal, lest I sound crazy. But this seemed like a safe place to put it. I almost prefer that I was crazy, but it was all just far too real. When I was 15 or 16, my family and I were driving along the interstate on our way to a beach in San Diego. I was listening to music, looking out at the clouds, when I noticed a weird, black, triangular object in the sky. It was difficult to keep track of, but I originally thought that it must be a plane. You don't hear about many UFO sightings happening in the middle of the day. And then I noticed how odd it was moving. The tip was pointing down towards the earth, and it was slowly moving closer to the ground. I was still trying to convince myself that it was a plane or weather balloon, but planes don't usually fly downwards. As we continued driving, the clouds moved across the sky, and I lost it for a few minutes. I thought that that was the end of it, but I finally spotted it again. Except now, it was dropping faster. Only then did I think to alert my family of this weird object. But it very abruptly stopped its descent and shot back into the sky at lightning speed. I never saw it again. Afterwards, I frantically tried to tell my family what I saw. My father pointed to a small fleet of jets shooting across the sky. It seemed weird at the time, but I didn't think much of it. Still, to this day, I don't really know what I saw. On Sunday, July 18th, 2021, Mom and I were in the backyard testing out my brand new telescope. It was the first clear night since I bought it, and after setting it up, I was finally able to admire the glorious details of the moon's bright surface. I called Mom over to look through the small lens, but she wanted to see Jupiter. I told her that that might take a while, since I was still trying to figure out how the telescope worked. And while readjusting the tripod, a weird feeling came over me. I felt like I was being stared at, almost as if someone's eyes were literally burning into the back of your head. My instincts said to turn around, and that's when I saw a huge, glowing orange orb, just sitting in the sky, roughly a block away from my house. As I stood frozen in disbelief, my mind tried to convince me that it was only a plane or helicopter. But all logical reasoning fled when the orb began moving in a bizarre, zigzagging motion. Also, just to clarify, this all transpired within 10 seconds or less. The exact moment I turned my head, it became frightened because I noticed it watching me. It freaked out, and within seconds, it shot away, gone without a sound. If I'd blinked, I probably would have missed the whole thing. I was so confused. I started to panic. I couldn't believe what I'd just witnessed. I still have so many questions. What was that? Why was it watching me? If it was extraterrestrial beings, what were they planning to do? This experience gives me chills every time I think about it, but it also makes me very curious. This year, I decided to get a fake tree. Normally, I get no tree, but I just bought a condo and it felt like it was right this year. I got a great deal on a 6-foot-tall one at Home Depot. It's lovely, looks great with the vaulted ceilings. Well, I set this thing up almost 2 months ago, and on Christmas, I noticed that it was not the same tree. I can't really wrap my head around what's happened, but the result is that the lights on the tree were different, and somehow the tree was taller. So this tree, it's one of those pre-decorated ones. Lights, ornaments, the whole thing. This particular one had white lights, blue, silver, and gold ornaments. Lovely. I didn't buy any personalized ornaments as it's technically my first year with a tree. But I do remember the ornaments and lights that it came with for the same reason. The only thing I added was a star to the top, clear silver and gold. But on Christmas, I noticed the lights are blue. I think maybe it's a setting, so I check the plug. I check the box. Nothing to indicate that there should be blue lights on this tree. Furthermore, the ornaments. These ornaments are almost identical, but upon closer inspection, it's clear that they're only silver and blue, no gold. I check the star, the one that I bought to match the tree. It's the same as it was, still including gold in its coloring, but it's clearly sitting up higher than before. This whole thing drives me insane for the longest time, mainly the lights. I'm Googling the tree based on the box, finding absolutely nothing about blue lights or anything. Eventually, as I continue to follow this rabbit hole, I see something that mentions a metallic sticker, one that should be attached to the tree itself, somewhere close to the inside towards the bottom. This sticker has a serial number. I climb under the tree, and I'm already feeling so strange about even touching this tree, but I find the sticker and I search the number. The tree exists, but it's not the tree I bought. From what I can tell online, it wasn't even sold this year. Fast forward to last night. On my way home from work, I decided to take the tree down. I don't want to look at it anymore. I'm going to see about getting my money back. When I get home, the lights are back to white. The ornaments back to blue, silver, and gold. Serial number. The sticker, it's in the same spot, but now it matches that on the box. I almost felt like I had to have dreamt it, but my Google history matches, and there's still a photo on my phone of the other sticker with the other serial number. So, I have no idea what the fuck happened, but I'm going back to no Christmas trees. This happened about a week and a half ago. My children and I were at my parents' house, playing in the front yard. The sun had just gone down, so the street lights in the neighborhood came on. My 2-year-old thought that they were Christmas lights, so he took me by the hand and he led me down the sidewalk to look for Santa. Now, I've walked through this neighborhood 1,000 times. I know it like the back of my hand. Some family friends live in a house on the other side of the street from my parents, 5 houses down. As we were about to pass their house, I looked over to see if they were home. Where their house should have been stood a completely different house. Different cars parked in the driveway. This is a cookie-cutter neighborhood where the houses all pretty much look the same, and this house did not have a layout like the others. Before I had time to process what I had seen, my son pulled me around a corner onto another street. I kept trying to rationalize it in my head as we continued walking. Well, we never did find Santa, so we started heading back to my parents'. We were about to pass the house again, so I reluctantly glanced over again, only for it to still be the wrong house, the wrong cars parked out front. I felt my heart rate increase. I picked up my son and I sprinted back to my parents. I had to pass that house again when I left to head home, but I was too freaked out to look a third time.
This happened a few months ago. Me and my friends were messing around in a forest near our houses. We were walking through it, and my friend shouted out that he saw a figure in there, pointing to a drainage tunnel. We messed around by throwing rocks at the tunnel, and then we went on. We saw there was a pathway with a dead end to the left, but there was a small space to jump to. You just had to take a right. My friend and I were talking, and we saw our other friend jump to the left, where the dead end was. But when we looked, he wasn't there. We walked the entire forest 4 times. We were talking to each other, calling out for our friend. We'd made our way back to the entrance, and we saw our friend walking toward the exit. When we caught up to him, he said that he had heard us talking and bickering, following our voices, but we were at the other end. There was another weird part. When we were walking the 3rd time, one of the bushes started shaking profusely for about 4 seconds. I don't know. Some sort of mimic or other dimensions.
This story happened almost 30 years ago, and it still bothers me. For background's sake, I will say that I grew up in a military family. My parents did not tolerate being late to any event. You know the saying, if you're on time, you're late. Well, that was my family. I've always been a stickler for time. To this day, I still set the clocks in my house and car a little fast. Anyway, back when this story takes place, I was a young, single mom. We lived about 30 minutes from Washington, D.C. On a good day, my commute to work was 75 to 90 minutes. My daughter's daycare was a little over a mile from my house, so it took no more than 2 minutes to drive there. Because I'd been at work at 7:30 a.m. and the daycare opened at 6:30 a.m., I almost always left my house no later than 5:55 so that I could drop her off at 6 and be on the road. This one particular day was a normal day, a little cloudy. I got my daughter, who was 2 at the time, and sat her in her car seat. I started the car and looked at the clock as I always did and still do. As I said earlier, I set my clocks fast. This one was 10 minutes fast. It said 6:05. I drove to the daycare, and when we got there, the clock said 6:15. I remember being shocked because, as I said earlier, we lived slightly over a mile from the daycare. The neighborhood we lived in was basically a horseshoe. We lived at one end of the shoe and the daycare was at the other. This was not a busy street at all. In fact, I usually didn't see other cars until I got to the daycare. There's no way it took 10 minutes to get there. After I dropped my daughter off, I sat in my car, perplexed. I was freaked out that it took that long. There were no stores for me to stop at. There was no traffic. I know what time the clock said when I got in. When I picked her up at daycare, I timed how long it took us to get home. Just about a minute and a half. We moved from that neighborhood a couple of years later, but a couple of times I went back to test how long it would take me to get from my old house to the daycare, and it's always been no more than 2 minutes. I think about it a lot. Maybe I zoned out. Maybe I looked at the time wrong, but I don't think so. As I said, I was and I am a stickler about time. My daughter was too young to remember this, and I've never mentioned it to her. The people I do mention it to blow me off or downplay it. I know that we lost 10 minutes. I don't remember anything about the car ride except for putting her in her car seat, starting the car, looking at the time, and then looking at the time when we got to daycare. It's bothered me all these years, and I have no answers. I sometimes repeat a day. I always tell myself it's just a dream or déjà vu. I first experienced it when I was 18. It was 2016 and I was in college. I woke up that day expecting it to be Wednesday. I went to my small pantry to look for breakfast, and I saw the cup of noodle I ate the day before, and I thought that I'd just forgot buying another one. I drank coffee, and I saw my wallet and thought I had extra cash. I might go buy a muffin at the bakery. Then I went and rode the bus. And weirdly, it was the same bus I rode yesterday. I knew the driver, and he greeted me. I nodded at him and said, "Good morning." That was around the time it felt weird. I entered our classroom and got confused when our professor on modern physics was sitting in the front, waiting for us. It was 5 or 10 minutes before her class, and she's always early. She was my favorite professor. I asked my classmate, "What's Mrs. M doing here? Shouldn't Mr. T be our first period?" And my classmate told me that Mr. T's period is Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and it was Tuesday today. Chills ran through my spine, but I laughed and told him, "Stop kidding around." Then he showed me his phone, and the date was the date of yesterday. I was speechless as he laughed at me. I guess I told myself this day was a déjà vu. I went on with my day, saw the people I saw yesterday, talked to the same people, did the activities we did. I got higher scores since I knew most of the answers. I went to my girlfriend's school. We went and ate dinner. I walked her home, kissed her goodbye, and went back to my boarding house. All of the things I did yesterday. I even searched through my study table to look for my notes in calculus that I wrote after I went home, but it wasn't there. It's happened to me 3 or 4 times now, and I'm a physics major grad. I'm reading a lot about altering time and space patterns, but the nearest thing I can conclude is that it was just a dream that I happened to live again in real life. I'm staying in a hotel with a small 4-cup coffee pot. Last night, I put my coffee in the filter and loaded that into the machine, and then I filled the back up with water. I intentionally did this so that I could just hit the button before I got in the shower, and the coffee would be done by the time I got out. I know I put the water in because I spilled a little, so I sat a paper towel down under the machine to absorb it in future spills. When I turned the machine on this morning, I expected coffee after my shower, but there was none. There wasn't a drop of water in the back of the coffee maker. I understand that some of the water could have evaporated, but 4 cups in a 6-hour period? My room that I'm alone in was actually pretty chilly too. I just don't understand where it went. I'm 31, sober for 2 years, if that's important. I don't know. Feels pretty glitchy. I recently decided to make a new start, changed professions, and became a teacher. I moved out to a small town to pay less rent and to eat organic, all of that stuff. I'm in my mid-30s and realized living in a capital city is financial madness. Been here for about a month and a half. My wife and I were living at our parents' house until we moved to a small 1-bedroom apartment at the back of a garage. It's pretty sweet. I know that the walk to the school I work at is about 15 minutes tops. But 2 days ago, I went to walk to work, and it was my first time from this apartment. Given that I'm new to the town, I took out my Google Maps, and I went for it. I had 30 minutes to get there, and as I walked towards it, I saw a route that would be 5 minutes faster. Once I took it, 15 minutes jumped to 20. And then as I walked towards the school, the more time increased. At 27 minutes, I stopped and called an Uber. I was a 15-minute drive from work. Fair enough, it seems like I just got lost, right? Then, talking to the admin lady that follows up with our system for attendance, she told me that she once took a wrong turn here, and it took her 3 hours to find her way back. Not only that, she described the same houses that I did, and how none of us at the school knew what neighborhood that was. In a town that has 3 supermarkets and mostly hardware stores and 2 drive-thrus, it's a bizarre experience. All of the houses were white with nice hedges. It's odd since it's a rural area with houses that look nothing like that. Now, the thing that's got me so weird about it makes no sense how a 15-minute walk, I ended up 45 minutes from my house in the next town and more than 30 minutes from work. I walked for 17 minutes. I'm a 25-year-old male living in Utah, and I'm curious if there's anyone with an experience similar to my own. I'm pretty sure I saw a Wendigo or a skinwalker. I know it sounds crazy. I don't actually believe in monsters, and I'm fairly skeptical when it comes to the paranormal, but this happened when I was 17 and still in high school. Our house was in a small town, and our backyard was a vast stretch of empty fields and mountains separating us from the closest civilization. My best friend Jack lived next door, and we sort of shared this backyard space. His house was built on a different street, but the small cul-de-sac ended in this field. Later, it'll be relevant to know that his road was originally meant to have more houses, but they were never built. This meant that Jack's driveway was the only one in the cul-de-sac. At that age, I didn't have the best relationship with my parents, so I stayed at Jack's house a lot. A couple times a month, we would wake up to some weird gurgling and dragging sounds from the back porch. His room was in the basement, and the back porch could be seen through his window. But whenever we'd gather enough courage to check, nothing was there. This went on for years, but one night still haunts us to this day. It was around the time Jack was getting ready to move. We used to stay up all night playing games or watching movies, but on this night, we decided to drive around and listen to music. We hopped in his truck, switched on the high beams, and turned down the field as we drove onto the roundabout. That's when the lights illuminated this thing. It looked like a person, but it wasn't. It was naked, on all fours, abnormally large, particularly its limbs. They seemed to fold beneath the creature. Its pale skin was stretched tight over its frame, but the face is what still sends shivers down my spine. Its black eyes glistened as it stared at us, and its jaw hung open to reveal a gaping black maw, like a snake preparing to eat. Then, it suddenly began to scurry backwards into the brush, almost like a movie on rewind. My friend and I were pale as ghosts as we stared at each other in shock, disbelief. We tried to enjoy the rest of the night, but we couldn't believe what we saw. Instead, we stayed in his basement, guns ready, just in case we heard the gargling and dragging sounds again. But we never did. I'm sorry the end isn't more exciting, but it's the truth. I don't live in that town anymore, but sometimes I stop by for a visit. That empty field still feels like it's watching and waiting Even though I can't see it, I still feel like it's out there. I'm a 23-year-old woman from Canada. I won't give away exactly where I live, of course, but I'll try and describe the kind of area I live in. To start off, I'm self-employed and have to travel often to make a living. I've seen plenty of odd things, but this one still puts me on edge. When I was 21, I was traveling with my mom back home for an event called a powwow, where I sell crafted items that I make. If you're Aboriginal like me, then you know what I'm talking about. If not, then I highly recommend you look into them. To get home from the powwow, we have to go over a high mountain highway. This means that there's not very many towns, gas stations, or other forms of civilization, not until you reach the other side. We were close to the top of the mountain. I wasn't driving, but I was listening to music as most people my age do. I wasn't tired or wired on coffee like I normally am, and I don't do drugs or drink if I'm at a powwow, so overall, pretty alert and awake. As I was looking into space, my eye caught onto something in front of us on the side of the road, behind a tall fence meant to keep deer and moose off the highway. It was a white object, which was odd, and I honestly thought that someone must have lost a tarp off their truck or something. But as we were coming closer to it, I could see that it had legs, arms, and a head. I'm getting a bad chill up my spine just rethinking about it now. I felt my heart drop like a weight when I saw it raise its arms up to the top of the fence where its head would probably be about a foot or two above. So imagine how tall it would be compared to about a 6-foot fence, maybe more, meant for deer. It raised its arms and placed its hands on top of the fence, peering over it as if it was trying to understand how to get to the other side. I think I actually stopped breathing for a moment as we went driving past it. I didn't dare look away from it. It took me maybe a moment to barely sputter to my mom to go faster. She didn't understand at first why I was suddenly freaking out and barely speaking English. She probably thought I was having a mental breakdown, which wouldn't be too far from the truth. She almost pulled over. When I felt her braking and slowing down, I went into fight or flight mode, and I literally snapped back into reality, screaming at the top of my lungs, "Don't slow down, go." I probably continued to swear and nearly cry for another 15-20 minutes. As soon as we got to the next town, we stopped at the first gas station, where I had a panic and an asthma attack. I even realized I actually bruised my ear from ripping my headphones out of my ear so hard. Eventually, I told her why I screamed at her and why I'd freaked out so badly. It was tall, skinny, no hair far as I could see, unnaturally long arms and neck. It looked like it had small, dark eyes. I couldn't see if it had a mouth from that distance. It was probably shut, but imagine a naked, slender man with beady eyes. That's the closest way I can describe it. But Mom looked horrified from what I was describing to her. I'm not the kind of person to joke around with most things like that. I don't mess around with paranormal things, as I've witnessed some stuff that would horrify most people. We ended up stopping at a friend's house to stay the night, because we just couldn't drive the extra hour home after that. I didn't even sleep. I was too scared to, and I was worried that something would find me. All night, all I could do was think about a way to explain this to myself, like I was dreaming, or it was a tarp after all, or maybe I was just straight up going insane. The more I tried to think of a way to debunk it, the more I realized it was real. And that's horrifying. To think that something like that exists outside of video games and scary movies. Now I can't help but look down to the floor between my feet and break into a cold sweat whenever we pass that area. I won't even drive it myself. I don't know if it was a skinwalker, ghost, alien, but it felt like I saw something that wasn't meant to be seen. I still have the occasional nightmare from it, and I hate talking about it with my elders, friends, or family, because to be honest, I think I have a bit of PTSD from this encounter. But how could I explain it to a professional? I'm open to some advice to help me get my fear under control, or even a possible explanation on what that thing was. I think it could be helpful. In 1965, my grandfather was the sheriff of a small mining town that I'd rather not say by name, Middle America. Legend has it, he, one of his deputies, and another detective were walking on the railroad tracks leading into town. They were investigating an apparent suicide that allegedly had taken place earlier that day. A transient had recently ran into a nearby shop to use the phone and report what he'd found. My grandfather had to leave Thanksgiving dinner to meet the detective at the railway. My grandma packed him a lunch full of Thanksgiving food before he said goodbye to my dad and the rest of the visiting relatives. Just after dusk, he'd reach the train station and be joined by the two men. The detective introduces himself as a member of the FBI. His name was James Montgomery. My grandfather asks why they're working a suicide this far out in their county, but his question was quickly dismissed, as James had questions of his own, all of them relating to the body. But neither my grandfather nor his deputy had been to the scene yet, so they all set off onto the tracks, looking for the body. It's not long before they come across their first sign of death, the man's head, presumably the furthest because it's rolled. They all stop to look at it. Back in those days, forensics wasn't what it is today. So they poked it around with a stick to turn it over, revealing the face of the unfortunate victim. But it looked like he'd been mauled. His nose had been torn off, and one of his cheeks partially separated from the jaw, broken in half right up the middle. The top of his head revealed more marks that seemed unusual from a suicide by train. The top of his skull was crushed straight down in a thick line of 3 or 4 individual teeth marks. James writes a couple of notes and directs everyone to keep going. Soon, they'd find an arm torn from the shoulder, a forearm crushed from a binding force. The deputy happens to shine his light by a tree, its base smeared with blood, a red trail up the tree into the branches. Following the trail up, they find what's left of the victim, laid in the branches above. Without warning, the deputy drops his flashlight and runs into the tree line, into the darkness, with a glazed look in his eyes. My grandfather yells his name, but it doesn't stop his pace. James tells my father to shut up, and as soon as he does, my grandfather knew why James had silenced him. Immediately, he can hear a low whistle. Focusing on the sound, its frequencies nauseating. Looking for the source, he points his flashlight even further up the bloody tree. From a higher branch, both James and my grandfather witness a large, dark creature standing above them, looking down. James pulls out some sort of tranquilizer gun and begins to fire rounds into the looming figure above. It lets out a scream and begins to leap through the trees, away from the train tracks. Speechless and in disbelief, my grandfather begins to pursue the monster, but James stops him. Then, James puts 2 rounds of tranquilizers into my grandfather's chest, leaving him to wake up near the tree line early the next morning. The body in the trees was gone, and he never saw James again. A search party would find the deputy, confused and lethargic, huddled and oblivious as to how he got there. The last thing he remembered was finding the arm. For months after, both he and my grandfather were monitored and spied on by unmarked white vans, wiretaps, and the occasional home visit from an FBI agent, always asking if there's been any headway on the suicide. The correct answer being that the case was closed already. No need to investigate it further. The deputy and my grandfather knew what they'd be risking if they'd chosen to press the issue. They played by the FBI's rules, and they never spoke a word outside of their immediate family. My grandfather retired in 1971. He and my grandmother would live out the rest of their lives in that small mining town. He attributes his harmonious later years to the choices he's made through the younger, and he doesn't regret his choice. Don't mess with the FBI, and don't walk the train tracks at night. Simple enough. Okay, so I live in Australia. I don't know where to post this, as I'm not really sure, but my first thought was if anyone were to have any idea, it would probably be this group. If it makes any difference, I was born in the US and have family there. Moved here when I was a baby. Supposedly, I have a Native American bloodline from the Seneca tribe. It's currently autumn, and I live on the outskirts of a major city, still in the suburbs. This happened today in late afternoon, when I went to hang some washing on the line under our carport, attached to the side of the house. We were starting to lose daylight, so I thought I'd quickly pop out and hang up the last of the washing for the day. It was increasingly getting darker by the minute. I'd just begun hanging clothes when I started to get an uneasy feeling. I'm unsure why. I brushed it off as I was losing daylight quickly. A minute later, I heard a group of kids up the other end of the street, screaming, and then silence. Again, I brushed it off as kids just being kids and playing with each other. The intensity of unease grew, and I felt like I was being watched. I then heard a low growl, which was unlike anything I'd ever heard, and the air got significantly colder. All of the crickets and bugs went silent. I moved the clothes rack to outside the carport so I could use what little light was there to hurry this up as much as possible. While hanging and scanning around between picking up the next piece of clothing, I noticed something new. This dense garden that wrapped around our U-shaped driveway looked poor, like it had been trampled on in a decent section, maybe 13 feet of the garden. I intensely felt like I was really being watched by something, and right before finishing the clothes, the feeling started to ease off a little, began to warm back up, like it was when I initially came outside. I was raised with big dogs, Rottweilers, German Shepherds, grew up in a rural countryside. I've heard all kinds of animal sounds, from wild dogs, foxes, koalas fighting, possums, bats. I have never in my life heard a growl like this before, and I don't know how to explain it, but it didn't sound natural. It sounded closest to a dog, but something about it was very wrong. Before going outside, my indoor cat desperately wanted out. Once I came inside, she was acting completely different. Skulking around, all of her fur puffed up. She then was following me at my ankles around the house, not normal for her. We have a lot of bushland surrounding us, live next to a river behind us. I don't fish in that river anymore, as I've always felt like something or someone was around. As a child in Pennsylvania, I remember fainting at the sight of something large, furry, and black in the edge of the woods while running a trail home from my friend's house. But that could have been a bear. However, Then I moved to the Olympic Peninsula last fall, and after Thanksgiving, maybe early December, one morning around 4 a.m., our Labrador was whining, so I got up, put my shoes on, and let him out. He ran out all of 3 steps, stopped, and his tail went between his legs. He turned and jumped into the house, whining again. I could hear the dogs on this one road going crazy outside. There is limited development here, just the beach on the one side, mountains on the other, with one small highway between. I walked out into our driveway, being new and curious and eager to check out the neighborhood. Trees, trees, and trees. I was listening with my eyes closed, thinking, beagle. Then in the mix, hound. Shepherd. I was hearing all the different dogs. I was feeling like I was using echolocation because it was so dark, I couldn't see more than just our cars in the corner of the house. Then, suddenly, I heard what can only be described as a gorilla bark, one that shook the ground, and it came from the opposite direction, behind me. I've worked with crocodiles and alligators up to 13 feet and nearly a ton. I've worked with king cobras and been bitten by a cobra. I've camped the Serengeti and had lions brush up against me in the night through my tent. I stared down a dozen hippos from about 20 feet at Zima Springs in Kenya. I've been bitten by a Gila monster, drugged down the road by a horse on my head. Insert joke about head injury here. I've been kicked by emus, pecked by herons, mauled by prairie dogs on live TV, squeezed by pythons, bitten by rattlesnakes. But this time, I was scared. The ground continued to shake as this thing moved through the trees, likely heading right for me. Shaking from the movement, there was an audible grunting sound too, just a short distance away. I knew it was only getting closer to me. I had no idea what this thing would look like. I just knew it was massive. I also know that sound, that bark, it wasn't a person. Way too loud. It was not a bear, a cougar, elk, deer, or raven. Nor was a piece of machinery running in the quarry in the middle of the night. It was something big cutting through the quarry, coming from the beach, heading to the mountains before dawn. I don't know what it was, because I slowly walked back inside and looked out the window into blackness. I have since gotten a little braver and heard more suspicious sounds, but nothing as obvious as that night. I'm pretty positive that we'll find a few small troops of man-ape species from the Ice Age that still inhabit some nooks and crannies of the Northwest. Stay tuned.
It was about 8:30 p.m. While taking out the trash at work with a coworker or roommate, a large dog approached us. It seemed to be galloping. It wasn't walking normally, like an animal should. Despite the many surrounding lights, the dog appeared to be entirely black. It was silhouetted just enough that you could see its muscle definition. I could see a slight reflection in its eyes, and it seemed to lack a shadow. My roommate and I both expressed having different experiences and visions of the dog. When I initially saw the dog, I interacted saying, "Aw, dog," in excitement. For me, it proceeded to sit entirely still on the cement, staring like a statue. What I saw was a large, fluffy, black dog, lazy ears, similar to a Newfoundland dog. My roommate expresses seeing the dog as a large, very muscular, aggressive-looking black dog that stood rigid the entire time, staring like it wanted to attack. It was short-haired, muscular, and had pointed ears. I jokingly stated that the dog looked like a skinwalker, not really anticipating that anything would happen. Then, we immediately felt a wake of dread fall over us.
Something was wrong. We both saw the dog's jaw open, almost as if it was about to bark. We heard a distant yet extremely clear, high-pitched yell saying, "Come here." The dog immediately turned to take off. We turned around the corner. The creature was unreasonably far up the road for the short amount of time that it was not being observed. It was wobbling, crossing its paws, walking oddly. When it turned left around the corner, it seemed to nearly stand up on its hind legs. Walking on two legs, just before passing around out of sight. The rest of the night was just as interesting. We had trouble with certain objects, slightly moving places, nudging a bit, settling. It quickly became more aggressive, and then, just as we're about to leave, we heard a loud and persistent knocking coming from the front of the store. We quickly went to our cars. On the drive home, I tried to blast music and ignore what I'd seen. I heard whispering coming from my back seat. I couldn't quite make out the words. It just sounded like whistling, almost. But get this, I saw a random antique clawfoot bathtub on the left side of the road, in a field. It was certainly not there the day before, or even that morning on my drive there. The kicker? I was watching the sidelines of the roads for animals, and I most certainly saw a buck. He was leaping out in the front of the road, a good 50 feet ahead. I slammed on my brakes, but when I got closer, it was merely a bush. Perhaps I was just paranoid, but this is all very concerning. About 2 years ago, my boyfriend at the time and I decided to go on a hike right before the sunset, which, yes, sounds dumb, but it's something we'd done multiple times before with no issues. There was something about the eeriness of the woods at night that I liked, not so much my boyfriend's feelings or thoughts on the situation. To start our hike, we had to go through really tall plants and bushes. We were practically in the middle of nowhere. About a mile into the hike, we came across some abandoned structures, and had sat down to take a breather. I'm not sure exactly what my boyfriend said to make me do this, but as a joke, I whistled and said, "See, nothing whistled back. We're alone." Not even 20 seconds after saying that, we heard a whistle. It was a bit of ways away from us, but still too close for our liking. We immediately started booking it in the opposite direction of the whistle and didn't look back. After running for as long as we could, we realized we were lost. We wandered around for about 10 minutes before we stumbled across some train tracks. The tracks led back into town, about a mile or two down the way. It's important to note that these tracks had thick wood lining on both sides. The right side is where we came from. At this point, we were walking, as we'd run out of energy and felt safe. We were wrong to assume that we were safe. We got to the point where we could see the lights from town, maybe a quarter to a half mile away. Down the tracks a little bit, we could very faintly see the outline of what looked to be a deer coming out of the right side of the woods. It stopped in the middle of the tracks and just stood there. I attempted to shine my flashlight. Note, this flashlight was pretty dim. It was a random one I found in the back of a junk drawer. As soon as I lifted my light up, it fled. Now I say fled because ran wouldn't be an accurate way to describe the way it moved. The best way I can think to describe this thing is it looked like it had 4 broken legs, and its body was very low to the ground, yet it had unbelievable speed. It almost looked like a bent and twisted monster out of a horror movie. I shined my light into the woods to the left of us, as that's where it had ran to, when I saw 2 glowing eyes that looked to be at least 10 feet in the air. My boyfriend said, "What is that?" in a very concerned tone. I told him, I don't know. Don't look at it. Just run. We ran and ran until eventually we reached town and walked back home. This happened about 2 years ago, and I've tried to come up with the logical explanation after explanation of what I saw that night. And still to this day, I can never find a solid, logical answer, other than it being something paranormal. I refused to believe what I had seen for a long time, but I know what I saw. I know I'm not crazy, as there was another person that witnessed the same thing. My boyfriend never spoke of it again, and he refused to speak about it when I would talk about it. I never went hiking at night after that. Didn't know this was a thing, but was told to post this here. I saw this tall, pale, skinny, really big, dark-eyed thing peeking out of my backyard fence, looking at me. My one half of me says that it's probably some crackhead looking to see what he can score in my backyard, and the other doesn't know what the fuck it is. I was throwing away something, and in my peripheral vision, it caught my eye. I thought to myself, it was a shadow, so I went and threw the garbage out, and on my way back, I straight on exchanged eye contact for a good minute. From where I was standing to the fence, brick wall about 6'5", it was about a good 100 feet away. I was standing in front of the backyard motion light, which was on, and it gave me a good look at the thing, but still kinda dark. I was sort of scared but angry because who would be looking over my yard at 9:40 p.m.? I'm tall myself, 6'2". Over the wall there's nothing but a really large area to run around and big antenna towers. No house, just empty space. Anyway, if I go to the other side and try to look over, you either have to jump and hang on or put something under your feet to look over. But the way this thing was, like, hunched over, half of its eyes, pitch black, somehow made the darkness around it not that dark. It's just looking over, and its damn pale, skinny hands just grappling onto the wall. Imagine if you were to try to hide behind something short, and you're hunched over, but you still want to look over, and that's how it felt. This happened for a good minute, just staring at each other. I'm not really a firm believer in weird shit, but I knew someone else had to look at it to see that I wasn't going crazy. I quickly walked inside, grabbed my pops, and said to look at the corner of the yard, 'cause there's someone overlooking us. We both ran outside again, but it was gone. This all happened in about 15 seconds. So I quickly ran to the corner and pointed my iPhone flashlight to see if I could catch a glimpse of this thing. But it was gone. There's no trees or bushes where it could have hid, since it's pretty much an open area where you can run and do outside activities, but it's a really large area. I'd figured between my phone's flashlight, the moonlight, which was shining a good amount, desert area, that I could catch it in time. But no. To this day, right hand on the Bible, I know what I saw. It was like I caught it stalking me or sizing me up. Just for me to feel sane, I'll just say that it was some junkie looking to see what he could score. But where I live, we don't have people like that. If anyone reads this, what are your thoughts? You think I'm just hallucinating or going crazy? This story starts a little while back, when I was in high school, grade 9, at the age of 12. I started high school really early and I skipped a lot of grades, and yeah, I entered high school at the age of 12, as my birthday is in late December. My school had a middle school and a primary school building linked right next to it. Since it was a private school, there weren't really that many students, as it was pretty expensive. It It wasn't that weird for me to hang out with grade 5 kids since we were practically almost the same age. There's this one particular girl I got along with really well. We shared the same preferences, and so we would hang out a lot. We would paint our nails in the library and talk about random shows we'd watch on Disney. On this particular day, she told me randomly that she had an imaginary friend. I brushed it off as her joking and just went along with it, making fun of her imaginary friend. I can't remember what it is exactly I said, but my friend looked at me, scared, and said, "Lucy is not happy with you." I just laughed and dismissed it. I never thought of Lucy again until one night. I went to bed normally without anything on my mind at all, and then I had this dream, this very realistic dream. I was laying in bed, the exact position I'd laid before dozing off. My sister was laying in bed beside me, exactly as she was before I dozed off, but this time she was awake and looking scared. I was also scared. We were both looking at one door, the bathroom door. That's when I started to hear a lot of banging and attempts to open the door. But this really freaked me out. Even though it was a dream, I can still remember how much I was shaking with fear, how real it felt. I got under the covers in my dream and started to pray, and then I woke up. I was still scared, obviously, waking up to the exact same scene as in my dream. But there was no banging. But I could see the shadow of someone just standing there. It was illuminated, close to the door. I remember instantly thinking it was Lucy and everything my friend had told me. I started to beg for forgiveness from Lucy. I was so scared. I started to say how I'd be a good girl. I'd listen to my mother. I wouldn't lie. I'd always pray, etc. Eventually, the shadow just left. I'd sometimes hear movement behind the door or in my closet. I had no pets or anything that could make the sound, but it doesn't really spook me. And as I started to grow, I stopped minding all of these things altogether, and the thought of Lucy ever being real or that dream ever being anything but a nightmare faded. Fast forward to a few years later, last year. I'm a senior in college, age 17. One night, my mom and I were watching a movie in my room, and we dozed off. She frantically woke up and shook me awake, telling me something had bitten her on her feet. I tried to examine her feet for any sign of bite marks, but I saw nothing. She then started to feel numbness on the left side, and she told me it felt like paralysis. So I called my brothers, and we took her straight to the ER. After taking her vitals at the ER, the doctors said she was having a stroke due to hypertension. Now, this wasn't anything unusual, as my mom did have high blood pressure and was on meds. But when we asked the doctors why she would feel like a snake had bitten her foot, they had no explanation. All they said was, if she hadn't woken up that night in her sleep, she would have probably gotten full paralysis or would have died. My mom then told me a few months later that something had tried to wake her up by touching her feet. So she assumed it was one of my little brothers and didn't mind. Then that's when she felt the snake bite that woke her up. My mom and I do believe in the paranormal, jinns, and at first, she told me she believed it was probably a bad jinn that had attacked her. But since there was already a logical explanation as to why she had the hypertensive attack in the first place, we came to realize that whatever it was that had tried to wake her up was probably trying to save her life. She also admitted she'd skipped one of her doses when she noticed her blood pressure was getting a bit low. I don't know if this is at all connected to Lucy, but I feel whatever it was that was in that room that scared me into being a good girl wasn't entirely evil. I believe it saved my mother. But what do you think? Okay, so we have this road that leads from our town to the highway that has a McDonald's on it. So we have to go all the way out to the highway when the kids want McDonald's. One evening, we'd gone to go get food and we're coming back on the same 2-lane highway, and it had just gotten to where you needed headlights on. We were about a mile down, a truck was coming towards us, and we slowed down because my husband and I saw something, and it's weird to try and explain, but it was like the size of a wolf, but whatever it was, it reminded me of the thing off The Predator when he went invisible. We could see it, but it also looked like the road and part of the grass. I slowed down and was looking at it, trying to figure out what was going on, and it turned its head towards us. At least we assumed, because we could see this almost invisible cloak thing shift. The truck coming towards us saw it also, because it slowed down, and when they did, the predator wolf thing shot across, and it looked nuts. Just like when the predator moved in the movies, how you could see it, but you couldn't. I looked up and I watched the driver of the truck watch it, and he kind of shot up in his seat and both of our heads shot to the side when it shot off. We all just sat there. We slowly pulled towards each other. I was hesitant to even roll my window down at that point, but I thought, well, it's got to go through his truck to get to us first, so... The driver of the truck said, "What in the hell was that? Did you see it trying to hide what it really looked like by trying to blend in?" That's when I knew it really did have a cloak-looking thing going on. We agreed on everything and drove on. The whole time I was watching mirrors and windows, waiting for it to attack since we had seen it. We made it home and wouldn't go back out that way for a good year. We've talked about it around here before, and a few others have described the same thing before I even mentioned the predator cloak thing. What could it be? This is Native American land, and my dad's tribe is the one whose land it is, but I've asked a few elders, and they always say not to ask about things, or they'll hear you talking about them and pay you a visit. It's kind of like them saying not to whistle at night or to eat in the dark and not to leave hair in your hairbrush. And it's just the way we were raised, but I need to know what it was. I was 12 when this happened. My brother, older cousin, and I grew up on a reservation near a mountain. There's several towns and a city just 5 miles away from our hometown, but as teens we played by an old creek near my house. In May of 2008, we spent a couple of hours having a water gun fight there. As I was filling my gun, I saw what looked like a bear's left arm from the shoulder joint. It was covered in brown fur, rotten green meat, and a little blood. I pulled it out of the mud, and it was exactly like a human hand. It had a palm with fingers and nails, but much larger. I screamed and fetched my brother and cousin so that they could look at it too. They wanted to bring it home, but we vomited repeatedly due to the stench. It was also heavy, so we took turns carrying it until we finally were able to show our uncle and grandmother. They were angry with us for touching it, let alone taking it, so our uncle put it into his wheelbarrow and walked away. He returned a few hours later, without the arm. Our grandmother told us a story that she had heard from her father. She told us to stay away from the mountains because they've been occupied longer than we've been on this earth. She didn't believe the story, so she went toward the mountains to look for berries and tree sap. But when she got closer, she saw what looked like 4 large bears standing on the mountainside, and they were walking like men. She called them Bigfoot. I never spoke of it or even mentioned it again until a couple of years ago, when I asked my grandmother what she thought happened to the rest of that arm's body. She said that Bigfoot are like bears, extremely territorial and aggressive when scared or threatened. Her grandfather used to burn their bones whenever one died. That way, the white people wouldn't find them and hunt the rest. Years later, 2021, my cousin and I returned to that mountain for a hunting trip, but we only found a giant teepee hut with thick brown hair inside. I showed my grandmother the pictures to see if she remembered anything similar, and she did. She even had 4 Polaroid pictures of her own, showing other giant teepee huts, and one photo with 3 large bear-like creatures walking upright like a human. She made me promise to never tell or show anyone the photos. She doesn't think anyone would believe us either way, but worries for them, I think. We've spent the majority of our lives in the bush, hunting and fishing. I'm still questioning things so much. Life is different now. My people call it Bigfoot, or some of you might call it Sasquatch. Either way, it's just like another person. They won't bother us if we don't bother them. I was leaving a bar in Ballard after a friend's party in February 2021. I hadn't drank that night. I'd been sober for 12 years, and I found that one of the benefits is that you get to take your car home at the end of the night. My car was parked a few blocks down the street. A couple hours earlier, the snow had really started to come down. When it started to stick and accumulate on the railings outside the bar, I decided to give my hugs goodbye and try to make it home. It was close to 2, and the bars would be having their last call any minute. Right now, the sidewalks and roads were empty. I could hear live music and muted laughter from the tinted windows I'd pass, each filled with people who'd soon be hitting the roads. I began to jog, hoping I'd have enough time to beat the clogged-up side streets near the locks. I'd find myself passing one of the entrances closest to the botanical garden. The tall metal fence was closed for the night. It stretches most of that block. A couple feet past the entrance, the other side of the fence gets thick with shrubbery, blocking the view from the outside. I continued to walk on that strip of sidewalk parallel to 54th Street, my eyes once again fixed in front of me. That's when I caught something ahead of me that stopped me in my tracks. A pair of thin arms were reaching out from the bars. Both hands were grabbing at the air, pausing, then again lunging randomly into the sidewalk's path. The lampposts that line this sidewalk are bright. I got close enough to see the nails adorning their fingers were long and black. Before I got too close, I started walking at the edge of the sidewalk, out of reach from these 2 outstretched arms. Just before I cross its path, the arms suddenly jolt backwards, out of view, making a rush of noise as they pulled back through the leaves and away from the bars that separated us. The feeling it gives my stomach reminds me of how it felt walking through my grandma's house at night when I was young. A rising, tingling terror that makes you want to run as fast as you can. The shoes I wore that night were more business attire, and I'd come to discover how terrible they'd be for maneuvering in the snow. I nearly slipped 14 times before I got to my car, but I didn't stop running until I got there. Thankfully, my car was all-wheel drive. I barely got out of there before the roads were unmanageable, almost getting stuck more than once as I got closer to Golden Gardens. I willed myself home, though. There was no way I wanted to encounter what I'd just seen again. I just wanted to get home and forget. But I haven't quite figured out how to forget this one. My son and I were sitting around the campfire while my brother was playing guitar. My son points straight up above us and asks, "Who's that, standing in the trees?" I turn my gaze in the direction his little fingers are pointing. My eyes aren't yet adjusted to the dark. But my brother also stops his strumming, and now he's looking into the branches. From across the fire, I hear him say, "Brendan, you see that up there?" I still don't. Both of them become completely silent. My brother slowly sets down his guitar, replacing it with his Fenix HT-18 flashlight. The beam from this light is powerful, capable of reaching up to a half-mile. Needless to say, wherever he scanned instantly became lit up, like it was midday. He pans this bright spotlight back and forth above our heads, searching for whatever he and my boy just saw. When he returns to his chair, he sets the flashlight down and says, "I swear to God, man, I thought I saw someone standing in those trees over there." I stand up and begin to stare into the dark trees in front of us. My brother and I are experienced hunters, so his adamacy about it being a someone in the trees rather than a something made me rather nervous. I still felt like it was so dark I couldn't see anything but the silhouettes of the trees. Still scanning, I hear my son say something, but he's quiet, so I have to ask him to repeat himself. "It's still there. Can you see it?" I tell him I don't think I can see anything, but I'm trying. "What the hell?" My brother turns his light back on. "You don't see this, Ken? Follow my light." I hear my brother shout whisper from across the fire, and then it clicks. I thought I was looking for someone or some animal. I was looking lower. But what I saw moving in front of us, within the trees, were things that appeared to be almost as tall as the trees themselves. In fact, at first that's what I thought they were. I didn't even think anything of them swaying back and forth until now. Whatever these were, they were absent of natural color. Instead, they were solid black voids, even with this bright light. They were absolutely separate from anything around them. Their movement was subtle but massive. My brother and I shared a brief exchange, questioning if it looks like they're getting closer. We can't decide. "I'm pretty sure they are." My son points to the right of where I'm looking. And sure enough, there's more. And they're moving in, so to speak. Then the light is cut as my brother rapidly moves towards the tent, likely grabbing his rifle. I move towards my son, stepping us both back towards the tent. Without the light, it's almost impossible to see anything besides the fire. I can't even tell if those things are still there. Everything is dark. My brother returns the light, and as he turns around and points his rifle towards the trees, I watch as the flashlight moves from side to side, scanning the same area we just had, and nothing. Whatever the hell those things were, they were now completely gone. Needless to say, so were we. We never went back to that particular spot again. I don't know that those things meant harm, but their presence was incredibly intimidating. So, I think we made the right choice. So my friend and I went exploring in his backyard because he has a crap ton of land and it's all deep in thick woods. We've been back there before, so we knew this place like the back of our hands. We wanted to find this creek that we'd only managed to find one other time, and so we went out looking for it. As we were walking, we felt like something was off. We didn't hear anything. No birds, bugs, deer, anything. And it's weird because this place is normally filled with those kinds of sounds. We found out why it was so quiet pretty quick. As we were walking, that's when we smelt something. It was horrible. I don't know how to explain it, but it smelt like rotting something. We turned around some bushes and we found out what was causing that smell. It was what we think was a deer. We couldn't tell for sure because it was all over the place, on the trees, the ground, everywhere. Whatever did this, it definitely wasn't for food. This should have been our sign to turn back, but, we were dumb kids and were bored. It's at this point that things started to go bad. We made it to the creek and again, didn't even hear frogs or anything like that. We hung out at the creek for an hour or so and then started to head back because it was getting dark. As per usual with these things, we got lost and were running in circles. My friend and I got into it. We were pretty pissed at each other. My friend kept talking about how hungry he was. I didn't like the way he was looking at me. I swear I heard him say something about eating me, but he doesn't remember anything from this encounter. At this point, it was getting really dark. Like when the sun is set, but you can still kind of see. That's how it was. We were walking, and we made it to a cliff kind of thing. It was maybe a 10-foot drop, but we could see the tree line. As we were looking, we heard this loud-ass roar, and the trees looked like they were being pushed out of the way. We turned, and we started hauling ass back. We didn't know exactly where we were going. We just picked a direction and ran. As we were running, we heard the thing stop and we thought we were safe. We went back to walking, but kept a quick pace. We heard a branch creak and we looked up, and there it was. White, glowing eyes, antlers, about 4 feet long. It smelt like that deer we'd found before. It was hunched over on a branch. It didn't do anything. Just stared at us. Then roared again. And jumped off the tree and left. I think it was giving us a warning. We found our way back and that was that. So, yeah. So I grew up in the woods, and I've got many stories about strange goings-on, but this one happened a few weeks ago. I just found this sub, and it seemed like a good place to share this. I had just left my mother's house and was driving back to mine, down a back road I've driven down many times before. I knew this road like the back of my hand. I could drive it with my eyes closed in reverse. No, I hadn't actually done that, but as I was getting to the halfway point down this road, there was a thick fog, which is nothing new, as there's fog on this road all the time. However, I was driving slowly, and I started to take turns that I don't remember. There was a 90-degree right that should have been a left, followed by a wide left turn that felt like a full circle. Then I drove straight for about 5 minutes with no hills or drops, and that road has never had a flat section that long. There was then a left turn up a hill. As I was going up, all the hair stood up on my body. I almost turned around, but I decided to keep going because I don't know why. This is when I pulled my gun out of my glove box and I had it on my lap. When I looked back to the road, some dude was just crouched in the middle of the road. I slammed on my brakes, and he didn't even flinch. I figured that it was just some dude going frog hunting or some shit. A lot of people do that on this road. I honked my horn, and the guy stood up. He was massive, like at least 7.5 feet tall, thin as a mother, and his arms were just too long. It looked like he didn't have any clothes on either. I laid on the horn again and clicked off the safety on my pistol, just in case. He turned his head what seemed like almost a full 180, and his eyes had that predator glow, like a wolf or a cat. I raised my gun and leaned out the window, telling him to get lost. He took a few steps towards me, and I know this is stupid, but I tried to pull the trigger, and my gun just didn't fire. Hammer clicked and no boom. I whipped the car around faster than I'd ever done before. I then just flew down the road at least 20 miles an hour over the speed limit. About 30 seconds after I turned around, I realized that I recognized all of the turns and hills. I was driving down the road like I'd never taken the first right. I went back during the day, and I still don't know where I took a wrong turn. There's no side streets down that road that are paved, and certainly no straightaway as long as the one I drove. I went to the range a day or two later. I put the same round in the chamber, and it fired no problem. I have no idea what happened. I also don't drive that way at night anymore. Please tell me that someone knows what I saw. None of my friends believe me, not even my mother. I know I'm not crazy. I know this happened. I'll give any extra details you need. Just please tell me what happened. This is really fucking with me. For as long as I can remember, I've never been able to escape the paranormal. Whether it be the television turning itself off at night as a child, or imaginary friends my older sister and I could both see for years. I've grown to become almost desensitized to anything out of the ordinary. Out of all the things that have come in and out of my current home, there's one being that's been there for as long as I can remember, and quite the odd one at that. For simplicity's sake, I'll just refer to him as Old Man. He's often heard walking throughout the basement, mostly in the spare living room that connects to another spare room. He's not spoken a word to any of us, but he really seems to dislike my mother's best friend, as when she lived with us for a short while, he'd bang on the laundry room walls when she was alone in there, and she'd swear up and down that he'd told her to get out. Nobody else had ever been told the same. Typically, the most that we would get was a whisper calling our names. And who knows if that was even him in the first place. So this was always perplexing to me. Personally, I think the Old Man is all right. He's been docile with my family, never moves things or bugs any of us. I've only seen him briefly here and there, but the description I have of him, it matches what everyone else in the house has seen of him. And everyone, except my mom's friend, can pretty much agree that he's harmless. When my room was in that spare room connected to the basement's living room, I'd often come home to an empty house after school and crash for a couple of hours while waiting for anyone else to come home. Sometimes I'd be so tired from staying up too late and having to get up so early that I'd fall asleep with the lights on. And in those cases, I'd wake up 90% of the time with the lights having been turned off for me. Nobody in my family ever admitted to doing it. And my parents really wouldn't have been the type to turn the lights off for me to sleep, since they found my messed up sleeping cycle and daily naps to be frustrating. With both of my siblings being gone most of the time around then, it was also unlikely that they'd lie about doing that for me. So I can only assume that it was the Old Man who had helped me out with the lights. I've always wondered if perhaps he's some sort of guardian, yet the way he acted towards my mom's friend contradicts that, since she's by no means a bad person or deserving of that. Though I can't even say for certain that it was the old man who did any of that, since she never saw him when the walls were being banged on. I wonder how many of you have had similar experiences with a being acting hostile to some while docile towards others.